Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Quantum Show. It is 10 o'clock my time, and I am still always getting situated, of course. Okay, now to share the show. Yeah, this works. I am going on YouTube on the computer over here. Let's see. And going to share my show. I think I was troubleshooting things in the beginning, so I'm hoping everything is fine. Okay, I actually got a little bit of notes. One half of one page. Hey, what's up, my flock? Sarah, what's up, Sarah? Okay, I am just setting up. I'm good. I'm setting up. I am getting my sound and links and everything ready. All right, it says it 3 watching. Okay, excellent. I would be number 4. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Shingoji? All right, it says it 3 watching. Okay, excellent. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that was me on the screen over here. So I'm just grabbing the link. And yes, tonight's topic is going to be spiritual communications, not just praying. There's a whole lot to it. Spiritual communication, in this quantum case, means candle magic, remote viewing, and synchronicities. Sharing the show. I'm not looking at the chat room yet. I'm actually sharing everything out. I do these all on the fly. I don't. This is as much preparation as I've done for any show. All right, share it on Facebook. And I pretty much only do Facebook and Twitter these days. I glance at other places. I hope everybody got a chance to look at the cemetery update video. Okay. Okay. Link is on Twitter. Good deal. I'm not reading the chat room yet, guys. Hang on. Still setting everything up. I will get the guest chat going in a minute. All right. That's done. Need bandwidth, no automatic videos, please. Alrighty then. All right. All right, now I'm looking at the chat on YouTube. Let's see here. Cool. Thanks, Sarah. Be careful what you wish for. Okay. Yeah. Joe, you might not want to ask that. Alrighty then, we are live. Let me go ahead and get a link for the chat room here. I'm not even sure what I'm doing right now. It's nothing new. Okay. Okay, Sarah. You'll be right back. Cool. Yeah. Okay. So I am gonna try. It's quantum, so you never know. Spiritual communication in the forms of candle magic, remote viewing, and synchronicities. Why synchronicities? Hello, Angela. Why synchronicities? Because that's a form of communication, not from person to person, but from the greater cosmos, the greater universe. Something happened to me the other day. I was at I was driving and I was like, I need to eat. So I went to McDonald's drive-thru and I got my food and I parked in the parking lot just to eat in the parking lot. When I was nearly done, I had the overwhelming urge that I had to use the bathroom. I was about to pee on myself. I was like, oh, gotta go. Dollar Tree's right here. They got a public restroom. I'm like, okay. I get up to the Dollar Tree. I'm parked. I'm in the store. As I walk up to the store, the the sensation goes away. I still gotta go, but it's not so bad. I get in the store and there's a lady in there buying Blue Star balloons. That is a message for me. It says I am on the right track. Blue Star is a Sirius star, Sirius, and I was really big into Hellier, and that is a clear indicator for me that it was the right track. That I was supposed to either get there or get out of there, and it wasn't the spirit guide sending that. It was the greater universe. Yeah, well, McDonald's is eat and not die. That's the eat to not die place. Because my blood sugar was falling and I had to get something to eat fast. Okay, who do we have in the chat? We have, I'm going to look at participants. That's something you can do. You can look at the top of the chat on YouTube and say, who are the participants here? Angela Rogers, Joseph Lawrenson, Sarah My Flock, me, and Tim Shingoji. All right. Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for showing up. So that was an example of spiritual communication from the greater universe. Because, I don't know, there's a lot of network going on. There's a lot of networking going on that no one realizes. Messages get passed from one to another. Stuart Blodwell, thanks for coming in. How you doing? And I don't know if something was communicating with my spirit guide in the cemetery to tell me, or my spirit guide told them to tell me, stay right there. But it seemed like that was going on. And, well, there's a lot because, yeah, spirit guide has been fairly quiet, except for a few key things. And it's been other things. Like a little earlier tonight, it was already dark, way dark, and I went to check my mail. Shin, you already know this story. I told you about it. And he had come with me at one point to investigate this place. Got some good stuff that day. And he noticed someone standing at this staircase on the side of the church. It's over here. I saw them tonight. Not out of the corner of my eye, full on looking at a fuzzy figure in the darkness. And my eyes had already adjusted and it was standing right there. And I didn't really get a feeling from it, but the whole place has this eerie feeling. And I'm just tuning it out because I refuse to be scared about stuff that is right here, literally in my front yard. So I just am not going to be scared about stuff. When I went back from the mailbox to my place, no more figure. It was there, then it wasn't there. I said hello and walked on. Because what do? You know, what are you going to do? just be scared all the time? No, I refuse it. Because what is the point of that? So no. And I've been ramping myself up. I seem to ramp myself up for the past 2 days more than today. So I've been thinking of things that I've been through, things that I've read about and seen about with spirit communication. Now, when I say spiritual communication, I don't mean just with the spirits. I mean all sorts of weird messages that you get and receive. Not trespassing. I live here. And yeah, me too. I uh Shingoji, I can't get permission. They don't want anybody in there. Well, and okay, spirit communication, all kinds of communication. And the one that I had success with for years is candle messages. It is basically, well, I'm going to try to explain it. It happens. You can do it. Anybody can do it. Because, well, we're all quantum entangled. And it's like a big ball of yarn that everybody's got an end hanging on to it. Yeah, visualization. And more than visualization, you feel, you smell, you hear, you imagine. If you want to send a message to somebody, you imagine every aspect of that person. Candles help focus our minds. That's a big thing about candle magic. It's okay, everybody knows what fire is, right? The flame on a candle, it's fire. Everybody knows what fire is. And that uh, being mystical by itself, even though it's a physical phenomenon, is um, it can trigger us. It can let us hook in the rest of the way or part way. And sometimes that's all you need because you don't need to teleport. You just need to speak. And there are plenty of videos out there on how to send and receive these kinds of messages. If you're here, you already know about this stuff. Okay. This is not a selling point. I'm not trying to convince anyone. If you're already here, the universe brought you here one way or another. So, yeah, either the long road or the short road, you're here and you got here. So, let's consider this the pre show because, well, Shadow is doing his thing right at the moment. And I don't know why, but every time I do a show, it's just a show. When Shadow gets on, the anomalies show up. And I want that. So I'm going to put the link in the chat room. What was that? Yes. Pyramids, fire in the middle. There's no space in pyramids. I am going to put the chat. I've got it copied. And okay, here's the deal. This is the pre-show, show, non-show. Okay. I'm going to bring some guests on and whoever, right? And then after a while, I may clean everything off, clean everybody out and start over. I don't know. That's the quantum. That's how quantum is. I don't know what's going to happen. So we shall see. Okay. Link is in the chat. Now, someone may show up, someone may not show up. Link is in the chat to join the show. No nudity, no hate speech, obey all the familiar guidelines, and we should be okay. If you care to join, fine. And something else about the quantum, everyone is equal. It doesn't matter what right? Everyone here is equal. Because this is my quantum realm right here. But yeah, candle magic, candle messages, very, very effective. I'll talk to you about it. Let's see, got one newcomer. Let's see who's here. All right, Joseph coming in. If I can add you. Yeah, I believe you're about to be in.
Howdy.
I hear your mic. Yes, you're in. Welcome aboard, Joe.
How are you doing this evening?
Pretty good. How's everything going on over there?
Well, you know, candle magic is one of the first magics I teach to the new students.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't have to buy special equipment.
Right. Only takes a
Candles are
candle. You get it at grocery store, Dollar Tree, whatever.
Right.
Okay. If you care to join. Okay, you might want to mute me because I can hear me on your end. Yeah, Shingoji saying candle manipulation is also used in communication as well, but some don't know. That's what we're talking about. It's one of the aspects of it.
There we go.
Okay, good deal. Yeah, that was one of the first things I learned by just buying a book was how to use candles to focus.
Buckland's candle magic?
I don't remember. It could have been. I don't know.
Yeah, he
I don't
was
remember.
popular back then. He
Yeah.
was popular at the time back then.
Yeah. There was another author, I can't remember, that I was like, I don't know, fan following, I guess, but I got over that hero worship stuff. Now, if they
Ravenwolf?
No, not her. Not her.
Okay.
Never sat well with me. Just her stuff just never vibed with me.
Well, it was
Cunningham.
Oh, yes.
Scott Cunningham.
He brought many people in.
He does vibe with me. And if anybody has a chance to get a Scott Cunningham book, just pick it up. The cheaper the better, but still pick it up.
I had a used bookstore.
A used bookstore. Go ahead.
Who all we got coming in?
Well, so far it's just going to be you and me. Shadow is coming in about an hour because I think there was a mix-up in the times. I told him 10 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock his time because he's in a part of California, and he replied with the wrong time. And I was like, okay, see you when I see you. You'll get here. He's running his show right now. So it is not paranormal. He is very good at dividing topics for himself and his audience. So, yeah. There is a guy here. He always has a different name on YouTube. James. I would like him here. He is just discovering all this stuff. He's discovering everything quantum, everything magic, everything cryptid. He's just discovering it on a personal level because he got injured and he is having to basically stop humping at work and look inward and talk about a blessing in disguise. He may show up. I don't know. He subscribed, I think. He said he did, and he may show up. He's in Australia, so I don't know what time it is right there. So
It's
anyway,
tomorrow,
yeah, every
probably
night show
mid-afternoon.
every night show he comes on, it's daytime, like broad daylight wherever he is. But yeah, Candle Magic was some of the first that I did, and I sent several messages to lots of people using it. And just like everything quantum, it has lingering effects. Like like I would send a message, and it was like the line wouldn't disconnect for hours or days afterwards. And after that, well, after a couple of years of that, I learned to disconnect because the line basically stayed open. But it's just the way it works. Yeah.
Do you remember Lynn Ann Moon and Frank Fudge?
Yes.
The line staying open. You reminded me of that. Uh, remember that they, well, you weren't in that particular circle, but one particular circle that came in and they told the universe that they needed a new vacuum sweeper.
Hmm.
It was the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Because you remember that Junior was living with them. He went out the next day and brought home two vacuum sweepers,
Hmm.
both of them needing repair. He repaired both of them. They were brand new units. The next day, he brought in two more and two more. You got to be careful what you ask for.
Yeah.
There is a law of unintended consequences.
Yeah. And yeah, that's a very good example. That's a good example of you got to hang up the phone because it will stay going.
In fact, just the other day, I talked to her, and she was saying that uh, he said she said that Millard Jr. brought home another vacuum sweeper.
Hmm.
It hasn't stopped. And it's just like the internal combustion engine. It greatly improved the lives of many, and frankly, it got rid of disease cesspools in the middle of the street with urine and
Right.
maggot-infested mud and horse. Yeah, and
Yeah.
allowed
Horse
for faster
leavings.
travel. Yeah, allowed for faster travel, international trade, and brought in air pollution and is partially responsible for global
Yeah.
warming. It's one of the chaotic consequences of using magic.
Yes. And science used to all be magic.
So
So
science is moving more and more to magic.
I know, and I'm trying to get people to realize that. Okay, I have been able to finally put it into words. I am approaching all of this from a mystical standpoint instead of from a scientific standpoint. Yeah, I'm still a techno pagan. That's never going to change. But mystical stuff starts and then the nuts and bolts follows because you figure out it's not like you're figuring out the nuts and bolts how to harness the mystical. The mystical will teach you how to use it with the hardware later because there's a guy I found and I don't know much about him. Tupacabra, not Chupacabra, Tupacabra. Um, I've been trying to find him online. I found a little bit of him here and there. He it was on a ufology show, and they were talking about the ships and the hardware and the artifacts, and something is missing. He nailed it. Finally, someone out there nailed it who looks better on camera than I do. He said that you have to have a psychic element, a mystical element, and that's what it takes for all that stuff to work. And I was like, yeah, that is excellent. I forget how he put it, but he was on Alien Girl 111's show, Amy, on her Twitter. She had a Twitter show. Lost one. That's okay. And oh, it's Sarah. Sarah is my block, no problem. And you're going to hear me type. Okay. But Joe cut out. Joe has left the building. Okay. Well, come on back in when you get a minute. Okay, Sarah, whatever you say, won't. Joe will be back. Let me go ahead and put the thing, I think he's back. Okay, yeah, I'm adding you back to the show. You should be here. Yes, you're back. See, you can't push any buttons in here. It'll kick you off. I think you're speaking, but you are muted. Check your mic.
You're going to stay that way? Okay, good. Okay, where did Nathan go? Nathan's base as hell. Be me.
See, I hit a button and I got knocked off. Somebody else is coming in. Joe, you're not muted. Okay. I still can't hear a thing from you, Joe. So everybody knows, based means cool. I was like, what? What are you saying about me? Yeah. Quantum. Okay. I'm trying to. Yeah, you got no sound, Joe.
One, two, three, four.
You're on.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. You are on. Can you
I'm
hear
on,
me?
okay. Yes, but I was trying
Alrighty,
to
then.
lower my volume so I could get a slight bit of echo I had on you.
Hey, Boomtendo, welcome aboard, man. Nice to see you. And hey, Maria. Yeah, Mercury. We were just talking about that. Mercury retrograde is causing havoc. All the buttons are random. So, okay, cool. I have 8 people.
Pluto.
Okay. But yeah, this is some quantum stuff happening. It always happens. I expect it. I get worried when it doesn't happen.
Uh-oh.
Beep. I've been having beeps on this phone ever since the Black Ops show, the last show, Joe. Beep.
Sorry.
All kinds of beeping, clicking, and whirring. No, it's not you. It's on me. And I'm pretty sure someone's clamping in and stayed clamped in. Well, I hope anyone listening who's not in the chat comes on and says hello. I hope your signal is clear. 5 by 5. But yeah, had very few instances this week. Spirit guide speaking, back and forth all the time. The more coffee, the better. I'm about to go get some more coffee in a few minutes. And
All
yeah,
right.
it seems like the more coffee I have, the clearer she is. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
They've been on to me for a while. All the alphabet organizations.
Yeah, I had to sign the document that says that for the rest of my life they have the right to tap into my phone and any other electronic communications.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they tricked me into signing one like that at some point in time. But that is just the way it is. 10 people watching. Excellent. Let me see.
Excellent.
I said hello to
Well enough
everyone.
numbers this
Awesome.
time.
Yeah, 10 whole people.
Any half people?
Not yet. Sarah, if I
Who's
run
not in the
across
room
your
here?
show, yeah, Sarah, if I run across your show, I will come on. You can come on now if you want, if you like. Same rules.
Is
No
Sarah
nudity, no hate.
Is Sarah our tarot reader? Who was that?
No,
Was our tarot reader?
no, that was Empress Osland.
Okay. It seemed to me that
Okay.
she was just beginning.
Yes, Samantha Morris the cat. Great to have you here. Drive safe. Don't worry about the chat. Just listen in. Thank you for coming in. My show is not as energetically fueled as some shows. I tend to keep it on medium. I don't dial it all the way up because I don't want to burn
Oh,
out.
well, I got. You want to see him dial up real quick, like?
I will go. No,
I don't see
no,
any.
no dialing up.
No.
But no dialing up. It's all good.
No Musk, huh? Elon?
Well, no. But great to have everybody here. 10 whole people. It says on YouTube 10. So awesome. So yeah, Samantha, tonight I'm talking about, well, the topics are spiritual communication, remote viewing, and synchronicity. The synchronicity thing, yeah, and we were on visualization. And there's more to visualization than just a picture in your head. You have to imagine all aspects of the target that you want that message to get to. A candle helps you focus, and we were doing candle magic. Small spells. These are in almost every book. Yeah, almost every book about any kind of basic spell work. By the way, intention is everything. So if you intend to do good, you will do good. Beep. They're listening. Because that's too mechanical of a sound.
What about Coyote Song?
You're going to have to.
Coyote Song.
What about him? Intention?
Intention did not seem to work out for him because every time he turned around, somebody in the coven was on him about something.
We have someone wanting to come in. Yeah, I remember that. Let me see who wants to come in. Sarah, my flock, come on in. Okay. Add to stream. You should be in.
James, hello.
You are in, Sarah.
Awesome. Cool.
Great to
Turn the
have
page.
you on.
Thanks.
I was on My Flock is Everywhere show last night, and things
This morning.
seemed to go well.
This morning.
Was it? Oh, well, okay, yeah.
Yep.
This morning.
This morning. There's only
Very,
only
very
12
early.
hours, so yeah, it's just 12 hours. Yes. Yes, you are. It was based. Thank you.
Thank you. So everyone
Yeah, thank
knows,
you.
based is cool. Based equals
Mhm.
cool. Based is a good positive term.
Right?
And
So it's poggers.
what is what?
And so it's poggers.
I
Poggers
still
means
didn't
cool as
understand
well.
what you said.
Poggers.
Neither did I.
Poggers?
Poggers. Oh my god. I got it. No. Poggers.
Okay.
Yes, poggers.
Poggers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you say so.
Kids who play
Yes.
with dogs.
Poggers and bass are cool. They look cool. There you
Okay.
go.
Well,
Yeah, well,
I'm a ham
I
radio
don't
operator.
know.
If somebody says my signal is too bass, I'm in trouble.
Right?
Okay, but you're talking about Coyote Song. Sarah, he's referring to my coven when I was active in Texas, in El Paso, years
Oh,
ago.
okay.
And yeah, somebody was always on this dude. So
Hmm.
I don't really know why. I didn't get too close to the situations. But being in a coven is pretty close anyway. But I was
Right.
just like, not, I was like, okay, this is, I don't want to disturb. I don't want to bother. Kind of like I do on every show where I hold up the notes. Like on Amy's show, I was holding up notes. And I was like, ha ha, yeah. And everybody could read it.
Nice. Smart. I
One
can't
of
do
these
that.
days, Amy will show up
Good luck with that.
and she will bring her custom music with her because I have no idea how to do that here.
Oh, well, okay. Are you using free StreamYards or what?
I'm on the free one right now. Yeah, I'm gonna get the new.
Then don't worry about it. We
What?
pay for it. He said, don't worry about it on the free one. Can't do it anyways.
Okay, well, I was gonna get the pay for one soon.
Well, I
Just
recommend
trying to let the streams kind of come together.
it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my flock. I forget who it was, but they were talking about Goof On is bad on your show, and I was like, not my fight.
Yeah.
Not
I
my
can tell
fight.
you, but it doesn't matter because, but my personal whatever is my own thing, and who cares? And that's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
So I worry about that. I have plenty of crossover audience. The way I see it is, hey, just walk around and have fun, and then just do that. That's what
Yeah,
I like.
and if people are cool here,
Mhm.
fine.
Exactly.
It's not like I can force them to be friendly.
You can't be friends with everybody. Oh my god, I failed. Okay, anyway.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, it happens.
Yeah, but
It's
I mean,
half the time it's
he
not even
didn't-
all that deep.
yeah, I think someone PM'd him and says, "Hey, that Nathan Allen guy, he's a modder for 10 years for a Goof On show."
Yeah,
And so
see,
he's
I
like,
don't.
I don't want to offend anybody. I'm like, I don't want to offend anybody either.
Yeah, see, I could care less. Dude. I've friends so many people that have crossover friendships with everybody that people I don't even know that so I don't care. You know, that's how I feel about things. If I'm
Yeah.
cool with you, I'm cool with you. If we had a falling out, we had a falling out.
When
Nothing
somebody
deep.
comes here, their fight doesn't come here. Their fight is
Right,
not
exactly.
coming here.
Exactly.
I'm not going to
I
put
was
up
gonna-
with it.
I was gonna fight, but then I put Burke's bed, so we're good. So I thought I had.
Yeah. That is what I call interference and bad signal. When you bring bad vibes in, right back to quantum, right back to spiritual communication. Yeah, that's.
Right, well,
I think that's going to be my tagline. Right back to
Nice.
quantum.
it's pretty good. We're stronger together, so you know, it works.
Cool.
Good things.
And yeah, yeah, but the bad vibes that people bring with them everywhere. That's why I shut up when he mentioned when Shelly got kicked off. I don't remember any of the events they were talking about, but
I was there for any of
um,
them, so I don't know.
yeah, I was like, I was just quiet and let them have their say
Mhm.
because not my playground, not my rules,
Yeah,
and
and I was
I
just like, I
wasn't
don't know.
gonna. Yeah, I
Yeah,
wasn't gonna get
I agree with you.
involved.
I
Yeah,
agree
in
with you.
any kind of argument, fighting, like opinions aside. So
Hmm.
that was fine.
Yeah,
And I don't know, but that's fine. He
yeah,
was
it happened.
expressing an opinion. I don't think he had enough information or he had a context that was a little bit
I,
misinformed.
I really don't know, because I just don't follow Goof on it at all, anyways. So I really don't know what anybody else has to say about anybody else's problems with him. My things with him are my own things with him, and it has nothing to do with anybody else's problems either. So, you know,
Mm.
it's just how I feel about. I have no problems really in general with him, you know. So that's just me. But I'm also friends with so many people that are friends with him. So again, I don't care, and they're all cool with me. So that's all that matters,
Hmm.
you know. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and this is not a popularity contest. The quantum don't care. you know?
right. Yeah. No. Yeah, I'm here to learn and have fun and do those kind of things. I don't mess with everybody. That's fine. I don't talk shit about people. That's fine. I don't need to do that anyways. But,
Yeah, it's
you know,
pointless.
it is. It's very pointless. If I wanted to be a
It
drama
does.
channel, I would do that. But I don't want to do that, so I don't do that.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't bring truth. It doesn't expose
Exactly.
anything to the light of day.
It does not.
Okay, and more interference. That's what it is. Interference and
Mm-hmm.
bad signal. We don't need that kind of thing. And
Taste.
um, candle magic. I had the bonus. I had the advantage of having practiced Buddhism for 2 years. So I had some serious self discipline going on. And it was easier that way because I can see how emotions and personal ego could get in the way of of making your magic happen, making things happen when you have that in the way. Now I don't mean I mean overconfidence, not confidence or self-esteem. Need those, definitely need
Right.
those. And but like I am one of millions. I I don't know. I am one of millions. And it's just
I am not.
go ahead.
I said I am not. I'm
You are not
I'm
what?
not one of millions. I'm very unique. Very, very unique. I'm a bird. I'm making a joke.
Uh okay, yeah, I did.
It's okay, Nathan. Don't worry about
Okay.
it. You're like, what? Oh, uh,
Yeah, I don't get
sorry.
it. That's okay. It doesn't matter.
I'll be serious.
Why?
I don't know. Because I'm insane. I don't know.
This universe is not. This universe is not meant for us to be serious in.
Facts. Anywho, yeah.
Oh, and I had an interesting thing happen the other day. Um, I was food shopping, and I just picked up a couple little things, and my grand total after tax and everything was 42 even. I was like,
Oh,
what?
that's pretty good.
That is
Yeah, I
a
wondered
magical
about that
number.
until you.
Yeah, I was using my food stamp card some time ago, and I had exactly like $169 on there. And when I went to pay for it, it was exactly 169. I was like, that's so weird. And then
Exact numbers? Yeah, exact numbers, not so much.
mhm.
42, that's a special number.
Well, it
42 is a
was
special number.
It was the 69 because it's the funny number, and I see that number a lot because the funny number.
It
Yeah.
is. It is funny. Love it.
Mhm.
Oh, sexuality is okay. Just no hate speech.
Right?
No
But
nudity.
69 is still the funny.
Sexual talk is
Oh, yeah.
totally okay. Just no hate
Yeah,
speech and no harassing. Yeah.
Oh man.
Stuart is saying in the chat, life is a cosmic joke. You either get it or you don't. Yep. Yep. totally. 100%.
Right.
Thanks for coming in, Stuart. I don't know if I welcomed you before.
Hi, everybody in chat that I can't do right now.
Hi to everyone in chat. But yeah, and one of these days I will get some more controls on the screen to where I can like share articles and stuff like that. As it is now, I'll throw links in the chat. Please don't leave the show. Do go look at the links. Open a new tab or new window or something. But okay, Stuart's saying I did. Cool. I'm barely keeping up. I need more coffee.
You are. I don't see everybody. Everybody that comes to my stream is a coffee fanatic. I'm like the only one who is not. It's amazing.
Is Hispanic?
No, I said everyone who comes to my stream and shows is all a coffee fanatic.
Oh,
I am not.
I'm surprised you are not a coffee fanatic. Yeah, got a drink. I see the Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I like milk. Milk's my favorite drink.
Yes, sir.
Oh, milk hates me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, milk is my thing.
Okay. Yeah. Coffee does me right, and I recommend everyone have coffee.
It's okay. It's not my favorite thing.
It does
I
have
found
health
out that-
benefits, but
Yeah, I kind of overdo it sometimes and pay for it, but it gets better. It passes. Bad things pass, and it gets better.
Yes.
Yeah, that actually helps me. Okay, in case no one has heard, I now have a very active spirit guide. And the other day, I was just chit-chatting with her because I had plenty of coffee. And I was referring to some events that I'm not
Just
talking about.
coffee. There's some seed coffee now. I'm just going to giggle because the way you say it, it's funny.
Okay.
Sorry, go on.
I was chit-chatting with her and I was talking to her, right? And telling her, now, you should extrapolate whatever you want, right? But I was telling her, I just have never been not the dominant one. And she goes, do you want to be dominant? And I was like, no, ma'am. It was very like, okay, nope. You got this, boss.
Sometimes
be
you can't argue with your spirit guide there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay,
Oh.
Joe, I would like your input on
Yes,
this.
sir.
Spirit guide communication. Everyone that I have seen explain it, write it down somehow, it's always been vague and not very direct. But now I have a visual image and words in 2 weeks' time. How's that work? And I have like confirmation from all kinds of sources.
Well, actually, I was going to talk to you about that next week. If you remember, I sent you some notes about it.
Yeah, but spirit guide communication. You sent me something else.
Spirit guides. Spirit guides.
I'm looking. It was a.
I have a question actually about spirit guides.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Okay. How does one even find out what their spirit guide is? I mean, I have no idea.
mean what the spirit guide is or who?
No,
Or you mean
how to find your spirit guide? Because I have no idea.
okay, first, if you talk to
It
yourself,
takes really okay.
in my case, I found out by I was talking to myself, and well, I wasn't doing it like it's a strange thing. It's been
I,
years.
I, I talk to myself all the time, so
Okay, well, I debate myself on topics like whatever it is, a decision. If I do this,
hmm
if I do that, and I would just discuss it with myself. The other part of myself, a lot of times, turned out to be the spirit guide using my voice so I wouldn't freak out. So I would understand and accept what she was saying. That's what it turned out to be. And really, okay, in my case, what happened was I was going right along. I was driving, and I think I told you this on your show. She told a Star
hmm
Wars joke, and I was like, that's a good joke. Wait a minute, who said that?
yeah, you did say that.
Okay, that's how she got to me. But I had been communicating with her. And, okay, side note, she
hmm
is in there now going, mm hmm, very affectionately, mm hmm, and like
Yes.
approvingly. Okay, but that's what she did with me. But it had been going on for a long time. You just got to ask for it. Ask for it aloud. All these people say, and I got no better answer. Ask for it. Asked. Ask to be spoken to directly aloud. And mine even came on my phone. It was
Yeah, you said
crazy.
that too.
Yeah, she came on the phone. I was I jokingly said, "Are you?" I was like, "Can I send my spirit guide to talk to you?" And I jokingly said, "Are you getting all this?" And I hear on the phone, "Yep." So did the other person. Heard. Yep. I was like, "Oh my God, is this CIA?" It was not the CIA.
Yeah, I hear you though. But yeah.
So, how do you
Uh,
get in touch with your guide? Just ask for it. Be open for it. Okay, a lot of these people say look for signs and look for repetitive numbers. I'm hard headed. I
Hypnosis.
see that stuff. Huh?
hmm?
Joe, go ahead.
Does she know how to do self hypnosis?
No,
Yes. Does she know how to do self hypnosis?
Are you
no.
talking about the spirit guide? Who are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about spirit guide. I'm
I
talking
don't
about
know.
spirit guide, and I'm talking about. Uh, I'm talking about what is it? I can't say her name here. My flock.
Yeah.
You don't know how to do self hypnosis. Self
I'm aware
hypnosis
of
is
no.
probably the simplest thing. Hmm?
I mean, I'm ADHD, so I don't usually settle down for anything.
The answer would be no.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be correct. But no.
Okay. Because it's really, really simple. You have to be able to bring yourself into a total state of relaxation. And Nathan's been there. We're all sitting, laying around, and we just start talking and get into the voice. And we lead one into an imaginary situation for sure. But as we're talking, we're saying you're opening your left hemisphere to your right hemisphere in your brain. This is going to be the first spirit guide you actually meet is actually between the two brains. How it wants to represent itself is a different matter. Um, my case, it was a falcon with one eye missing. I think he had a little trouble with Odin. Odin wanted an eye, but and then later on, I came up with another one. But uh, yeah, next week I plan on talking about that in depth. Um, I already sent the notes to Nathan on that. And yeah, of course it won't. Okay. Oh, there it goes. Nathan, what did you do?
What did I do? I muted my mic for a second so I
Yeah,
could type.
it wasn't gonna.
But typing is the coolest thing
Yeah,
you do.
it didn't let me open this up.
Oh,
What?
what do you open? What up?
I opened up Spiritual Guys text for next week. You know, I consider myself a techno pagan,
Hmm.
and I like to know how magic works and the reason why it works. And I find nowadays that science and magic are the same thing. And
Yes.
we've already discussed that this evening.
Yes.
And when I got into the science of what we call hypnotism, but back in the days we knew it as mesmerizing. Now, normative mesmerizing occurs all the time in our lives. You're driving down the road and your passenger points up to a cloud ahead and says, "Hey, that looks like a jackrabbit." Well, when you were driving, you saw that cloud, but until that person mentioned that it looked like a jackrabbit, it was a cloud. That is a form of hypnotism. We call it suggestion, and that is hypnotism.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
I said I know power suggestion. I know that.
Right. And that's really what you need to do is open yourself up by going into a deep relaxation state and suggesting to yourself that you're going to see or feel your spiritual guide. It, as in many people's case, they never see a being, but they realize that it's one side of themselves talking to the other. That begins the brain. The brain actually has 4 sections. So guess how many spiritual guides a lot of people have?
Okay, Sarah, as far
Yes.
as relaxation and visualization, I have a little bit of ADHD too. What helps me is, believe it or not, take a sip of coffee.
Yeah,
Try
I used to be ADHD pills and it's off for quite some time now.
Okay, that
Yeah. I
the
hated
coffee.
Ritalin in my classroom.
Yeah, Ritalin
I
makes zombies. We don't want that. But drink coffee. Of course, stay hydrated. You know, be healthy. But
Be healthy.
drink coffee and have a fan going. That will provide like a background
oh,
I
buzzing
always have a
noise.
fan going.
Okay, when you have, I learned to do this. It takes a little bit of self control, self discipline. When you go to do any kind of visualization, concentrate on the fan and just forget everything else. Just forget to
Okay.
look at it, right? Just miss
Nathan,
it.
can you put something
What?
up on can you put something up in the notes there, Nathan?
Oh, in the chat, you can put some.
Yeah.
You can put something up in the chat. What do
I
you need?
touched that chat last. I touched that chat last time, and it kicked me out. Okay.
Are you okay? Yeah, everyone is using. You seem to be using one device. I'm using 2. I got phone here, computer here. Both are looking at the chat, but I'm on 2 different networks too. So
right.
That's how you have to do it.
Under YouTube, she needs to look under The Secret to Using Your Whole Brain by Jill Bolte Taylor and Jim Quick. The Secret to Using Your Whole Brain, Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor and Jim Quick. K.
I'm grabbing a link.
W.
I can put a link in the chat from YouTube, so that helps.
Okay. And another place to look is at Gabby Bernstein's stuff. Now, they are not necessarily pagans, okay? They're looking at it from a scientific point of view. But they end up explaining the same thing.
Yeah. That's helpful.
Funny how that always works out that way. Link is in the chat. I will be right back. I've got to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
No. Yeah. I got myself a little ahead of myself there for some reason. I don't know why, but
Yeah.
they're going to be next week, and a lot of this stuff I still feel uncomfortable talking about outside of spiritual circles. Okay,
Understand.
because a lot of it becomes very personal, but. And a lot of times, people who don't find their spiritual animal or spiritual guide will, though, leave those same circles talking about how they feel connected with the universe.
Hmm.
In other words, Nathan's quantum.
Right.
So you don't necessarily need to see a creature, or I did.
Understand.
Right. It's just the feeling of communicating with the other side of yourself. Now, one side of your brain thinks logically. Everything has to be stepped in order. And the other side of your brain, oh, hey, that feels good. I'm going to put this this catalog over here, and oh, that looks funny. I'm going to put this over here. It's
Yeah.
not in any order. And the doctor I recommended, Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor, she had a aneurysm in her brain, and it separated both sections. And I mean, so that there was no communication between the two sides. And she saw the world probably like many psychotic people see it. It's all mysterious colors and jumble things, and she didn't understand where that was going to. So she just went with it until she figured out, oh, hey, I'm in trouble here. If
Okay, I'm
I
back.
don't do something, she was
Notice.
saying, if I don't do something, I'm going to die. So she finally got herself to physically move her body, but she had to think one step at a time. And she got to the phone, and she called her secretary, and her secretary got on the phone, and all she heard was barking. So he barked back. Which fortunately told the secretary that there's something wrong. Okay.
Right.
So she did get help. But I think if you look at the secrets to using your whole brain with Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor,
Is there a video on that? I can't really read.
Okay. Well, she's it's a video, so it's a YouTube video, so you don't have to worry about reading.
Good. That's what I need. Good things. Yeah, I have some good stuff.
All right.
It's really hard to read.
I found you a video too, Sarah.
Thanks.
Because I know how it is to read a book. I just got this book on synchronicity. I can't read it. It is not on my wavelength.
What? Hi, Matt.
Who's here? Second Star Survival. Matt? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Second Star Survival.
Welcome to the show. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Okay.
He goes on my channel too. One of the good dudes.
Okay. I am putting it in the chat room. I'm also, that's a YouTube video. Please don't leave the video. Well, I'm going to be having all this stuff in the...
I'm just going to add it to the playlist.
Okay. It's gonna be in the description after the show. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay. And that is also the secret to using your whole brain in video form. Yeah, I got this book and I heard from all these different people that when you read this book, synchronicities happen. Yeah, they didn't. Not for me. This is not a book for me. If anybody else can use this, possibly, but I'm already hip deep in the paranormal, and this is not geared for someone like me. It seems to be geared for someone who is brand new to all of it, and that is definitely not me.
Yeah, you recognize when a synchronicity happens.
Yeah, the McDonald's trip, that was a synchronicity. Seeing those blue star balloons,
Oh,
that
did
was
I
a
ever tell you?
synchronicity.
Did I ever tell you about the trip with Rose? Talking about synchronicity.
I don't
we
think
went
so.
to the Council of Magical Arts. Yeah, we went to the Council of Magical Arts, and I was driving because for some reason I have better night vision than most of the other people did. So we were going down the road, and we just gone past Monahan's, and there was bugs all over the place. The windshield was just well, let's say it was very foul. and I started to slow down, and Rose woke up and she goes, "What's the problem?" And she called me my magical woman at that time. And I said, I just don't want to get out to take care of these bugs. So she said, "Well, why don't you take it? What would take care of them?" I said, "It'd be nice if we just had a little drizzle." Well, I was clear.
Nathan, I think you're muted. You really
I'm
want to be
muted?
unmuted, Nathan? Yeah, Nathan's muted.
Is Nathan muted? Or is it?
Yes, Nathan is muted.
Yeah, Nathan's muted.
Okay.
The sky was clear. And so he said, "You know what? Yeah, I know you're a techno-pagan, but do the storm." And I went, "Oh." But anyway, she was my priestess at the time, so I went, "Okay. I'll try."
Okay. Oh, welcome to the show, Connell Cigar DM.
Thank you for
Yeah,
letting me join.
Great.
Hello?
Thanks for
Anyway.
stopping back by. I thought I chased you off.
No, you're fine, Haas.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway.
Sorry, Joe. Go ahead. I thought you were done.
No, we haven't even got to the storm yet. The sky was clear. So, I did it. I just went, come on, let's go for a little storm. It started sprinkling out of a clear sky. And then the clouds gathered. And it sprinkled all the way through the Council of Magical Arts on the side where we parked the vehicle only. It did not sprinkle on the side where we were encamped. Thank heavens. But all weekend it rained on that all the way back to Sierra Blanca. You know where Sierra Blanca is at, Nathan?
I do.
Back to Sierra
generally.
Blanca. Yeah, that I-10, 100 miles from El Paso. It rained all the way back, and talk about synchronicity.
James is in the chat room. James L. All right. Shadow hasn't showed up yet.
He's on his way. He just
Okay,
ended his show.
There was a timing misunderstanding, I think, but that's okay.
Yeah, I saw that you were up and going. I know he's on his way. I hung out with him, and I was planning on hanging out with you tonight as long as you want me to. I mean, I can always bugger off.
No, we don't need any buggering here. I'm glad we're not primarily British. We could have been booted for that. But that's all right.
Well, they have enough of their own problems right now, so I'm pretty sure they're not watching us.
Yeah, they don't care about My Little Quantum Show.
Well, no offense. Just with the Queen passing and whatnot, I mean, they're up in their elbows of what the hell's going to happen next.
Well,
Shadow is here.
Thank you very much, Nathan,
go
about
ahead.
recognizing the relationship in the family there.
Mm-hmm.
I think I already emailed you on that, but it was appreciated.
Yes. You did email me. Okay, let me private chat. Okay, if this thing will. I think everyone in the studio is going to see this. And that would work. It's just a link to join the show for Shadow. I hope it goes through. I don't know. Every time I hit a button on this damn thing,
I can see
up.
One.
Okay. Shadow says he is in the chat, and I don't know if that went through or not. Let me just put it in the public chat right here.
You have to be on the panel to read anything in private chat.
I did not catch that.
I said you have to be on the panel to read anything in private chat.
Okay. Okay, chat link is up. I can go with 6 people maximum. Okay, the more people get on, the harder it is to hear everybody. So if somebody's talking, don't just wait for them. Try not to interrupt, please.
I do have another thing to go to in a bit, so I won't be here too much longer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you do your thing.
Now I'm everywhere, you guys.
Okay, Shadow is coming in the chat. I believe he's here.
Wait.
Are you here?
Not yet.
Not yet. It's trying. Let me see here.
There I am.
Okay, I just need.
Good evening, gents.
Hello, Shadow.
Hello.
How's it going, guys? My son is probably going to click the link as well. Take up all 6 of your spots.
Okay. If he's coming, I think I see him coming in right now. Yeah.
Yeah, he asked for the link before me because he's faster. I had to restart my tablet because I'm at 44%. Because my power is blown out in my studio. So when I did my earlier chat, I couldn't charge my battery, which I normally do while I'm streaming. And my show ended at 9, and I'm a little late, but
it's all good.
We all had fun.
I don't even know what time it is there.
It's 9 o'clock now, my time.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
also,
that's what I thought.
Quality horrendous because this is a different computer, which is why the picture is different.
Gotcha.
Is the microphone quality any worse or better?
No, it's about the same. But you should have seen him, Nathan. He was holding his own with some big brains tonight, talking, space travel and shit. I know Kai was a little blown away. Wouldn't you say there, Connell?
I think so.
I mentioned something I heard in a Kurtzka video. That's it.
Yeah, how many kids your age have watched that, though?
Probably a lot, actually.
Okay.
Well, actually, most kids my age are morons, so.
Most kids. Most
Oh,
people.
by the way, my flock, nice to meet you. I think this is our first meeting. That's my
It
son
is.
over there at the
Hi,
restorationist.
son.
Hello.
You call me my father,
And
sir.
hello again, Joe. Glad you could make it, but I have a feeling you're going to be a permanent fixture here.
Most likely.
Where is James?
I was planning on leaving by the time we
He's
got
in the chat.
He's in the chat.
Not James L. James Aardvark in Australia.
There's 2 Jameses in Australia that you know.
I thought James L. was. Is that
James,
him?
that's probably him. He changes his name up quite a bit.
Okay. Okay.
James is a corker. He's one of the best among us.
He makes funny.
Ooh. Hey, Shadow.
Dude,
Hey,
I'm freaking starving, and you're showing that shit. I had a kid's burger for dinner tonight. I'm starving.
Honestly, he's not saying anything, but I am 90% certain that he wants to grab his gun and go to Illinois.
And go hunting?
Well, just for donuts.
Donut hunting?
Yeah.
Go hunting for favorite. In my
Yeah, the donut hunting can get an issue because they like to travel around in white and black cars, and if there's a little weird top of their car go wobble 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 wobble. There's a
Real quick there, Connor. My dad's gun store used to be next to a donut shop, and therefore we had 24-hour protection for the gun store.
Oh, I'm sure wobble 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 wobble.
I'm sure that would be like the attempt that the guy went in the gun store here in El Paso carrying a knife, and he threatened the clerk. He had 6
Wow,
guns
that is that's the height of idiocy.
Wait, this is not a joke.
Things
It just sounds like a line up for a bad joke.
No, it's the truth. This is El Paso.
I thought it was illegal something about California.
Oh, people are idiots.
Yeah, they kind of are.
Probably the dumbest thing you could ever do.
Okay, well, for everyone coming in, it's the Quantum Show. Thanks for coming in. The Force brought you here.
Pleasure.
The universe said yes, and here you are. We're talking about...
Let the weirdness begin.
Yeah. Oh, the weirdness has already begun. It never stops being weird with me. It's so weird, it's just not weird anymore. But,
Right? It's normal.
Yeah.
That in itself is weird.
But looking at spiritual communication of all sorts. That's
okay,
the,
that's a fun topic.
I see I sparked something with our last conversation.
See, I know we had that card reader on here 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Yep.
And I had said this before. It might have been on your show. It might have been on somebody else's show. My issue with them is not that I don't believe. I believe that there are certain people out there that are wired to be able to speak to the other side. But it's not them that I question. I question the other side. Because what does time look like on the other side? Is tomorrow yesterday? Is today, next month? I mean, so the information they give you, is it like you have a cheeseburger on a Thursday? Well, I had a cheeseburger on a Thursday 3 months ago. Or is this 3 months in the future? The timeline doesn't always matches up in my head.
okay. Do you have an example you want to talk
That
about?
was largely her. Well, that was largely her problem with my reading. If she was talking about me 40 years ago, that reading would have been good. But if she's talking about me for now,
Who did you have for a card reader?
It was Empress Osland. She's on YouTube.
Don't know her.
Yeah, she was a random element that came in on the waves of the Force that day.
Ah.
Totally randomly. And
Mhm.
it was I'm not going to say against all odds that she would show up, but the odds were not for her showing up. And yeah, I've reached out to her to try to talk to her more, but no response. I hope everything's okay. Empress, if you're watching, I hope everything's okay. I'm reading the chat.
My ex-wife used to read cards as a profession choice. You call a 1-800 number. Rhonda has her own set of cards from multiple different decks that she cobbled together. That, you know, when you're doing stuff that you want your cards to be a part of you, from my understanding, you want to have a relationship with the cards. So it's not like going to your Barnes and Noble or whatever Crystal Hut and buying, oh, I would like these cards, and bringing them home. No, you need to build a relationship with them. This is how she explained it to me. And she would do readings, and she'd be either on the mark, or it hasn't happened yet, or it happened like with Joseph, 60 years ago. And that's always been my kind of curiosity, is like, if the other side doesn't comprehend, if time doesn't really exist, there's the argument that time doesn't exist even in the mortal world. What the hell does that look like on the other side?
Okay, first off, 60 years ago, come on, give Joe a break.
40.
Secondly,
I said
well, no,
40,
he
did I?
said 60.
I thought
He said
40.
60. He said 60. And Connell said 60.
Okay,
Connell said 60.
It's been a long day. I am sorry.
That is a
And
very
secondly, I got my one and only deck when I was 16 on my 16th birthday from some friends. I still have it, but I haven't touched it in at least 10 years.
Well, that's nice. That's cool.
I burn I will burn all Ouija boards that come into my sector. I don't trust them.
That's probably a good thing.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Okay, Ouija boards. Ouija boards. That's a very good point for the quantum psychic spiritual communication. I have a few thoughts. Allow me to share.
Yeah, but Nathan,
Please do.
Ouija
Go ahead.
boards were toys until the 1970s when the movie came out. And then they called it the witch board and made it very evil. It never was before. It was like your quantum theory of communications.
Isn't
another
everything just
tool for
about intent?
communication.
If your intent is evil, then it'll be evil. If your intent is good, it'll be good.
Intent is everything with a Ouija board. Intent is everything. And also, it's not an appliance. Like, you just turn it on, and when you turn it off, it's done.
Yeah, I didn't see any battery parts for it, so agreed.
Yet your expectations of whatever you're using will happen, because that's how quantum works.
It kind of reminds me of the app Randonautica. Like, the intent you put out there is kind of place to go to.
Right. Randonautica, that's a good one. But let me stick to Ouija boards for a minute. Okay, I have noticed that it's just another way of divination, and that's to unlock your subconscious. And
Right.
we are quantumly connected. It doesn't matter what you do. Everyone is quantum connected to some other something. And I'm not 100% about we are all one and the universe is experiencing itself. I don't know about that yet. Maybe, sure. Quantum speaking, it works. But also quantum speaking, it doesn't work for me. Equally as valid, which is something people can't get through their heads. But anyway, with Ouija boards, okay, the public opinion of them and the reputation precedes them. So it's like you go in expecting Zozo, you get Zozo, right? You go in expecting something good, you're probably going to get something good, if anything at all. And Yeah, James L. Deeper thoughts. That's your quantum connection. Call it something. Call it deeper thoughts. That's your quantum connection. There are layers. Like Joe said, first layer is you. You are your first layer. And then you got to go from there. But if you expect bad, bad will happen. And that's what people do because of popular opinion. All the YouTube channels, all the TikToks of Ouija boards gone wrong. Well, if that's what you think is going to happen, that is what's going to happen. And same thing with tarot cards, runes, throw the bones, dice, whatever. Good things happen when you want them to happen. And you have to make it's conscious decisions. And then that will influence everything later. If you make the conscious decision, things will be good, then it will influence everything later. I'm not saying everything will be good, but chances are you're going to find the good. Like you said for Randonautica. Okay, I'm not so sure Randonautica is totally driven by that server in wherever, right? I think it's programming us of getting a topic and focusing on that topic so we recognize those elements before we even go out there. What are you holding up, Connell? I can't see it very well.
Yeah.
Hold on. You said runestones.
Yes. Runes, awesome. You won't have Ouija boards, but you'll have runes.
You know, a lot of those Ouija board gone wrong type videos that you talk about, it's not that they do it and then because they think something's going to go wrong. You see, I'm somewhat of an expert on this type of content, mostly because
really?
Yes, I looked into it a lot a few years ago, and I made some of the most accurate recreations of them. Not really, but I made some exaggerated versions of them and looked into them a lot back in the day. And by back in the day, I mean like a year ago. And
Yeah,
a lot of them.
Your definition of back at
Yeah, that's
is a whole lot different than mine there, Haas.
I know. I just But the thing with most of these videos, it's that it's pretty simple. They buy some like dollar store Ouija board, and then they just like spell out the word die and then scream about it for 30 minutes. If not that, just like those type of videos typically follow a very specific format. The only ones that break this format are typically either the TikTok ones or the YouTube Shorts ones, which usually have adopted a completely different format. But the typical format involves guy talks to camera for a bit, then spooky, scary thing gets introduced, and he says, "I'm gonna do this. The spooky, scary thing. Don't try this at home." But then he does it, and then something scary happens, and then he says, "Like and subscribe," and then it's over, because most of the people, they neither believe nor care about any of the stuff they're talking about, and those that do are the exceptions. But again, they're the exception, not the rule. The rule is that there's this guy, and they're like, you know what? I want to make some money. I want to become famous. I'm going to make a scary video. This is what I'm going to do. The typical format, which I attempted to recreate, even though I kind of got caught up in something very bizarre, but we're not going to talk about that. The typical format is guy introduces what's going to happen. He says, "Hello, everybody. Today I'm going to be doing a Ouija board at 3 a.m. I'm going to do the Charlie challenge, whatever it is." He introduces the thing. Maybe he yells for a bit. If you're really, if it's, there's certain guys that do a little dance challenge, little fidget spinner thing, but typically they introduce the thing, then they wait a bit. Then after whatever special thing is unique to them, then they stall for a bit longer, talking about it. Then they go through with it. I was about to say sex. Then they go through with it, and then something extremely, it can be something extremely, like you know what's gonna happen. The scary thing happens. The scary face shows up. Oh no, the scary ghost spirit thing showed up. Oh no, how scary! how haunting. Don't try this. This is evil, scary ghost man has shown up to my house. I have been delivered the Sonic potion, whatever it is. And then they run away from the scary thing, and then just, oh, like and subscribe, video end. They have no care for any of the things they're talking about. They have no care for their audience, because their audience typically doesn't know anything about the subject, and it's just, oh, this is a creepy horror video. They neither respect nor know anything about what they're talking about. And regardless of what you think of it is, it's clear that the majority of these people, maybe the YouTube Shorts and TikTok ones are slightly different. I have no way of really knowing what their specific format is, but the ones that I'm used to and the one that I studied is, I'm not going to say disrespectful, because they don't even have the knowledge they don't even comprehend it enough to even have any sort of knowledge on what that even means in this context.
Yeah, they're fake. They're fake. They want to make clickbait videos to get clicks and views. So yeah, those videos, yes, totally. But not all of them are like that. I mean, if they're on YouTube, most likely they are going to be like that.
Yeah, the majority of ones on YouTube are certainly like that. As I said,
Yeah.
I don't know anything about what's on TikTok or the short form content. Because
you can disregard anything short form because there's no meat to that cow. You know, I mean, there's no substance. It's just headlines. It's all headlines. And you like, even my TikTok leads here. And I just put up a video saying, hey, I don't like this format. Come to my YouTube. I might get 2 people. Yeah.
How would you recommend weeding out the fakes from the reals?
Well, not Charlie Chaplin. Was it Charlie Chaplin? No, it wasn't Charlie Chaplin. It was magician, illusionist.
Houdini?
Houdini had a contest. Houdini had a contest that I believe that's still going on. He told his wife before he died that a certain line, he said, if anybody could, has the ability to speak to the dead and go to the family, because I'm sure his wife's long been dead now too, his grandchildren will give the person $1 million or some amount of that nature. And it's yet to be claimed. I like... Ouija boards just weird me out. You're absolutely right. They didn't become famous until after the movie Ooey Booey, scary stuff. But anytime you knock on the door, good intentions or bad intentions, anytime you knock on a particular door, you never know who's going to answer the phone or answer the door. If you want positive stuff, you think about positive stuff. Yeah, normally positive things happen to you. But at the same time, life's a bitch. And you might not get, the visitor that you're wanting to talk to might be somebody on the other side of the line wanting to get something from you that you don't want to give. And
there's no such thing as a free lunch, is what you're saying.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and a Ouija board is a portal that does not close. Once you knock on that door, the echo chamber goes off, and it will, eventually somebody might pick it up.
Okay, I can interject right there. A portal that does not close. It can be closed, but there is a procedure for it, right? And I don't mean you can't take your fingers off the planchette. You have to say goodbye. None of that bullshit. You have to actually refuse this to happen. You go.
Or ground.
That's what it takes. Over and over and over. You go.
But
and you have to mean it.
Not to be argumentative at all. I'm really trying not to become off that way. But how many teenagers buy it because it is Halloween season? I mean, we're not even out of September, and it's Halloween season. How many kids go out there and buy the thing, not knowing what they're
Where
playing?
can you even buy them these days?
I've seen
Walmart,
Target. Walmart.
I've never seen one at Walmart or Target.
I've only seen them
Go to
once.
the game
and I did
section.
see them.
I've seen them everywhere.
Yeah, that's a game I don't want to win.
They either sold out or didn't sell enough, and nobody sells them here anymore. I mean, again, we live in a very conservative part of, it's like a splotch of conservatism and a sea of liberalism. That's what it is.
But
Yes,
anyways,
that's a different
I'm saying-
show, though. But let's continue.
Yeah, no, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is I don't think they. Well, no, my point of bringing this up is that I think what happened, because I saw them once and then never saw them again. So I think they put them in the stores and just it cost more money to actually ship them to the store than it actually made. I don't think anyone.
Well,
would
okay.
buy it.
I don't think so.
I think that they're there. You might not look for them, and there's also this thing called Amazon where you don't have to go to your local store anymore. You can go
Oh, probably
www.takemymoney-and-order1.com.
.com.
Overstock.
Oh,
Overstock.
oh,
But yeah,
man.
no, you're absolutely right, Nathan.
Probably
If
Wish. If I get off
if-
Wish.
Yeah. If somebody has the willpower to say no, go away. No, I do not want you here. Yeah, I will completely agree with it. But you get a bunch of kids screwing around with something they don't quite understand. They don't know that.
Right. And they don't have the mindset to be able to chase whatever it is off or deny it because they don't really want it to stop because they're bored. I don't know. That is an opinion.
Well, I get bored too, but that's not my idea of fun at all.
I get
Yeah,
bored.
my last experience with one of those, shit started flying around the room. Not like flying, but like falling off shelves, etc. That was enough for me.
Yeah, I'll just stick around YouTube and hang out places like this. It seems a lot better.
If I ever
Yeah,
get
thank you.
if
I have found a good defense against that kind of thing. I was watching someone make videos and he was talking about, it's all about the videos, right? Firsthand experiences. People have the phones, they make the videos, I'm going to talk about them. He had, I don't know what he did, but something showed up at his place and he heard growls, things got knocked over, and chairs were moving, all the trope stuff, right? And I gave him a suggestion. I said, positive reinforcement. If this is truly a negative entity that is trying to mess with you, positive reinforcement will chase it off. Like you hear a growl, I said, oh, that growl is so scary. That's so good. Did a good job with that growl. That's a good growl. And then chair gets knocked over. Man, that chair moved. You moved that chair like a champ. You go, guy. You know, that kind of thing.
So
Yeah.
mocking is what you're saying.
No, not mocking. Actual praise. Because if it is a truly negative entity, then that will like poison the well, so to speak. It can't feed off that. Joe, you and I, we know that they're out there, and when you're scared of them, they latch on, and we've both seen this with people. But when you're not scared of them, and okay, the shows show that as mocking, but the shows want ratings. This is to get an entity gone in real life, not to get ratings. Because if I ain't got no camera, I ain't got no ratings. I don't care about that. I want this thing gone. If there was one.
Did you go with
And
me?
So
Did you go
what you're
with me?
saying?
Joe,
is,
go ahead.
in
Sorry,
order-
real quick. Joe, go ahead.
Yes.
Did you go with me to a house where the guy was complaining that he was followed by a ghost and his house was haunted? And we went there and found no energy at all except for him.
No, I wasn't with you on that one. I heard about it though. I remember hearing about it. He was the one moving everything. He was the one kicking things over. Yeah.
He was
Shin has a
fishing
story
line.
about that. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Shadow.
Oh, it was the little guy's turn.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I
And
was
son?
going to say something. If you remember on the show, the Shadow Chat episode, I think it was like maybe the third or fourth one, where we talked about ghost stories and stuff. I mentioned how I am all but entirely convinced that there's a demon in the house.
I
You
do.
remember that? Yeah, and I just because I was saying like if that's the case, what exactly should I say when I see? Because I remember the first time, like I was walking in and like I went in the toilet and someone took a shit in the toilet.
That
And
tends
I
to
know it
happen.
wasn't human. I will tell you that it wasn't human. So the oh hello, Ben.
Was it a bird?
But yeah,
I mean, maybe you should be
this
paying
isn't
more
this
attention
isn't
to
the
what your
only
dad's
piece of
eating.
evidence I have. I'm not. It's not like some weird. There was something in the toilet. There was shit in the toilet, and it clearly wasn't human. No human could produce this. Therefore, that equals demon. There's more. I have more things other than that, but
Okay. How
I-
would I address that? Is that what you're asking?
how would you address that?
Okay.
Start by flushing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the
Why-
first thing I did. Yes, typically that's what you do when you see a toilet that hasn't been flushed, is you flush it.
Okay. I will take the lead on this one. How to deal with that. First,
Yes.
I stand by my positive reinforcement, right? Say,
Yeah.
wow, that's big. You did good. And as you flush it, just remember to flush. You know your manners, and smile and walk away. And then ignore it. Expect the command to be obeyed. Dog psychology works great.
That actually reminds me. I think I found the dog drinking out of the toilet afterwards.
Okay, well, that's dog.
Normal.
No,
Normal.
I-
Okay, bro.
That's how dogs work.
And I checked it afterwards. It didn't entirely flush.
Okay, well, yep.
That's- Yep.
And I
Okay.
don't know if
Okay.
my mom flushed it during the time. 'Cause
Say
we were
again
filming
over.
at the time, so there wasn't really much we could do.
Right. Scientifically speaking, I would say take a sample next time for further analysis later by someone who has that equipment.
Yeah.
Scientifically speaking.
That's going to go really well with his mom.
That's science.
Yeah.
Mom,
Considering
like, Mom, can you help me get the demon poo out of the toilet,
No,
please?
the demon took a shit in the toilet. I need you to analyze.
No, not mom. I mean, like, a
No.
lab.
Not what I meant.
Oh my god.
Nathan, if
Shadow.
this doesn't get you ratings,
Oh my
nothing
God.
will.
Oh.
I definitely got some hashtags to put after the show for sure.
So when a demon shits in your toilet, hashtag.
Oh. Oh. Hashtag demon shit. Yeah.
Okay, James,
Our
top that.
demons.
You know, I got like I said before, my past birthday was this past week, and I'm pretty sure I asked somebody who shit my pants. But that's about as far as I. No one in about
Okay.
demons. I just been going back to being serious. I think if you go to somebody who's actually had the proper training, yes, there is a thing called training. Becomes this stuff and the proper understanding of what they're doing. I think it'd be a very cool. I don't want to say event, a very very cool experience to have. And maybe they actually might glean something that is very important that you might not be aware of. But at the same time, there's people out there. I can do it. It's not a hard trick, but it's called a cold read, where you go and you just spend like a few minutes talking to somebody. You look at what they're wearing, you see how they talk, the quality of words that they use, and you can somewhat. I don't want to say Play-Doh, but you can somewhat piece together what their life is about. They go if their hair looks freshly cut. Do they get a haircut once a month, twice a month? If it's a woman, how often does she get dyed? There's just certain small tells. Sherlock Holmes.
Deductive reasoning.
What?
Deductive reasoning.
Right. And a lot of these people who say they speak to the other side, that's all they're doing. They're just doing a cold read. And so a person needs to be careful. when it comes to stuff like that. So do your research before you even go visit these people. Is
Do
this
your
a
research.
credible
Oh my
source?
God, that's a horrible thing to say. Do your research. Oh my God.
You know, I don't
Oh,
know.
the logic of people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not trying to be Debbie Downer. I just don't want people to get hurt because they go to somebody who opens up a shop and it takes them for all their money.
Oh, that's not being Debbie
yeah.
Downer. That is an honest.
Mhm.
That's something you got to watch
Yeah.
out for.
Just sound
That's
advice,
one of the
honestly.
ethics.
Yeah, that's
That's one of the ethics.
You know,
we
the
teach
old
in,
saying,
Kelly.
sucker born every minute. So buyer beware.
Joe was
Am I
saying
muted?
that's some of the ethics that we teach. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, that's some of the ethics we teach in Circle. Circle is not just pulling out Ouija boards and go bippity boppity boo.
Right.
Though if we don't laugh during Circle, something's wrong with the casting.
Yeah, we leave the non-laughing to the Catholics. They can be depressed in their ceremonies.
Yeah.
Hey! I'm
Hey.
Catholic.
I was raised Mormon. Hate it.
You know, that'll be nice.
Okay, I don't care.
The Mormons kind of weird me out. Most people though weird me out.
Yeah, we're not talking the multiple wives Mormons here. We're talking about the regular Mormons.
See, those are the ones that make sense to me though. No, I'm joking.
wait. What? I was too busy in the chat. What just happened? What just happened?
The DM wants extra women. That's all.
I mean,
It's
yeah.
not more men, it's more women.
Right?
I mean, she's not
Well,
wrong.
he's not wrong.
Like, not wrong.
Right?
Oh, I feel like an asshole now.
But you know, there's another old saying I'm very fond of, Connell. Be careful what you wish for. You just might
yeah.
get it.
Hey, we've had a long discussion about that already tonight. Before you came
Yeah.
on, actually.
Now, when you're saying spiritual,
Great minds think alike.
when you're talking about spiritual information gathering or reaching out, are you talking spiritually, like it within ghosts, angels, demons, if you're unlucky, or are we also talking about the wee folk?
All of it.
All
But
right.
I started off with candle magic, candle ritual communication. That's what I started off with. You weren't here for that part. I'll quickly go over it. Candles help us focus.
Well,
And
people are scared of the paranormal because they don't understand it. People are scared of anything they don't understand it.
yeah, you have to say no to fear. I mean, it takes.
The only thing you
I
have to
say
fear
it
is
like
fear
it's
itself.
easy. It's not easy. But you have to say no to the fear. Once you say no to the fear, then there's all the bait gone for any kind of bad
Right.
stuff. And a lot of the stuff that is bad, we manufacture ourselves and we fool ourselves. But that's another topic. But candle magic, I have been able to send and receive messages using candle magic. But just like any kind of communication, there's like protocols. There are certain steps that you got to take for it to work. And some of them are, well, it can vary, but all of them are valid. Okay. I'll look at the chat in just a second, but they're all valid. But you've got to take them for a few different reasons. And candle magic, the fire helps us focus. And when I say visualize the person you want to get that message, I don't mean just a picture in your head. The sight of them, the smell that you associate with them, the sound of them breathing, like that. Not like that, but the sound of them, everything that you associate with them being in front of you, recall that. And that will help send that message, and it will help them to receive that message. It's kind of like, okay, this happens to me quite a lot. I will get someone pop into my head moments before they call or text me. And I was like, my manager, Adana, whoever pops into my head, and boom, they're on the phone. Or I will go to call someone, and as I'm putting my phone up to me, it rings and it's them. That's a quantum link.
Right,
And
but see, is that a like psychic biological function that's been honed, or do you attribute it more to something um actually like magical or mystical? Because
okay,
I can see it being either way as opposed to both, like it's one or the
But
other, and we may misconstrue it as one or the other when in fact it is the other.
what's the difference?
I was gonna
Maybe
say
like
that.
certain people are just biologically incapable, whereas others may be predisposed, and it has nothing to do with
Okay,
you know.
yeah, I get it. I'm not a great bowler. I can throw the ball down the lane; it doesn't do anything. But my mother was okay. Uh, it hasn't, it doesn't change my biology at all. So I don't see what the difference is there.
Well,
It
there's an
is it can either be described in scientific terms or in magical terms, and they both end up being the same.
Well, for me, the mystical connotations come with a lot of other baggage, whereas people, like the Russians when
Uh,
they were studying things, they had no religious, you know, or mystical uh, connections. It was all purely science to see if it was, more or less a science, a provable, repeatable phenomenon that might or might not be inherent in everybody. Whereas mysticism, those sort of things, kind of teach that anybody can do these things.
Have you ever tried playing the piano?
No.
Okay, name an instrument you've tried to play.
Guitar.
Were you any good at it?
I didn't really put enough time into it.
Might be the same with these activities too. If you don't put the effort into it,
Nathan,
I-
I gotta go.
Who's that? Sarah?
Yes, me. I gotta go.
Okay, Sarah. Sorry.
All right.
Pause, y'all. Thanks for
Nice to
coming
meet
by,
you.
Sarah.
All right. If I forget to do the thing, you guys still out, I'll come back.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Thanks for answering my questions in the face. I love you guys.
See you soon.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Nathan. You're the best. Love you.
Okay, maybe I didn't word it quite correctly, Joe. With mysticism, that possibilities. Maybe I mean like more religious or
No, wait.
Or,
I assume what you meant is the Soviets, because what he means is the Russians and most Eastern Europeans in general, very Christian, very religious, very right wing, and you implied that they were very atheistic.
well, the ones that were doing it were
No,
incredibly
they were
atheist.
they were doing it from a scientific standpoint, and
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just like anything else. The more you practice at it, the better you get. It's like we were discussing the last time about visualization.
Mhm.
Well, visualizing winning the football game doesn't necessarily win you the football game, but visualizing every move you make and going it over and over and over again, then they see, and it's been done a number of times, they see improvement in the way the players play the game. It's got to be the same way with what we're calling mysticism, magic, spirit. Quantum is
But-
a better explanation for it.
To me, that still lends itself more to a scientific principle as opposed to a
Well, there's this great
something
Yeah,
on-
I'm a techno pagan.
okay.
I have to look at the scientific reason behind something before it really starts working for me.
Right. For example, like, some people need like, the metaphysical, the mystical trappings of a given discipline, let's say, whereas other people have shown, especially with things like what the hell is it called? It's one of my favorite disciplines, where you can see things from far away. What do they call it now?
Remote viewing.
Thank
We
you.
used
Thank
to
you.
call
Thank
it
you.
farsighted,
Right.
but that has to be practiced. And what you could do is like have somebody get you a picture and tear the picture in half and give you half of it, and you sit there and draw the other half. Nathan, you saw that in Buckland's book, right? I guess I lost Nathan here.
No, you didn't lose me. I was muted.
No, we lost my son somehow.
Oh, did we scare him off?
Oh, I doubt it. Probably a technical thing.
Okay. You
If
guys are on the
there's a-
same network there, right?
Yeah. It could be his device or something. He'll just come to me. I'm like 12 feet away from him.
Okay.
And he'll
Well-
let me know if he's getting weirded out. But
Well, no
Yeah,
attacking
because,
is going to happen here. So, yeah, that's not
because
going to happen.
the reason I ask is because I had a lot of precognitive experiences when I was younger, and I still do every once in a while. Not as much now, but it was long before I ever knew anything about any of the subjects we're talking about. I would have dreams, and then they would happen. And I would know what was going to happen before they happened. And, I would try to take advantage of the situation. In one case, I actually have actual evidence of the situation, which I'll tell that story some other time. But to me, that sounds like a genetic biological function that may, later on down the road prove to be more and more common or less and less common, depending on the source of that sort of phenomenon. If it's a genetic thing that could be amplified through genetic breeding and that sort of thing, you put two together, you get a better one type of thing. When you're breeding animals and things like that, you get two psyches together, they're going to have an even more psychic child. Or if it's a more mystical from the gods kind of thing, then it's entirely out of mankind's control, so to speak, except for the gifted.
I think it's a yes and no, and here is why. And I'll do the biological aspect first. You get a father who is a baseball player. He wants to be a baseball player. He wants to go play for pick your team of choice, right? But just was not good enough. He has kids, and his oldest son, one of his children, is just more naturally inclined to the sport. He is genetically, it's not a genetic thing. He's just more inclined to it. He runs faster than his dad. He can hit harder than his dad. He throws straighter than his dad. So it was the dad's wishes that could have gave birth to his son being able to play baseball. So with that being said, when it comes to the other side of the railroad track, when it comes to magical stuff, sometimes you have families out there that are more genetically, not genetically, more
Predisposed.
Predisposed to, my great-great-grandma was a witch, and no one in the family has touched it for years or whatever, and the great granddaughter just comes to it naturally. It is part of the blood, one would say. So it gifts from God could be. Sometimes it skips a generation.
No, don't even get me started about generation skipping. My son is full of that stuff. It's weird as hell. His chess ability, his language ability totally skipped my generation. But from my father and my mother, it's like, there it is. I wasn't, I didn't do those things, but he does.
I mean,
Which sort of rules out the possibility of it being entirely genetic, because if you dilute the gene pool, then it would become lesser.
well,
Unless you're marrying
It's
cousins
odd,
and
though.
things like that.
It's odd though that even some diseases skip a generation and show up in another generation. So,
Right.
It's not unheard of biologically to happen that way. But yeah, the more you practice it, the better you're going to get. And even if you don't have a native ability,
right.
you might end up playing the piano by number, but you're still playing. And
Speaking of
same
piano,
with these skills.
it's funny that you brought up piano because I used to play the piano until I broke my hands.
Little guy's in the in the green room. My son's in the green room. You're muted.
He's waiting to come in.
He's not waiting to
He's
come in
waiting
my
to come
green
in.
room.
You sure? You said he was.
Oh, there he is now. He just, it
Okay.
didn't give me a notification that time.
Usually it just shows up in the box below. There he is.
Okay, I'm going to explain what
He's
I think
back?
happened. So
Okay.
I never actually left. I would like to say that I go 3 strikes and you're out, and 3 strikes have been achieved and now I'm out. But no. But what happened is I think I hit the start camera button, and because my computer doesn't have a camera attached to it, it just kicked me out.
That's probably what's happening with Grim. My friend Grim is keeps trying to come in and he can't yet. He has to get new equipment, so he has a camera because his device, whatever it is, won't let him in at all. And my friend Kevin, who we haven't seen in weeks, I don't know what the hell happened to
You
him.
haven't talked to him at all? You haven't talked to him?
No, last I heard he was trying to get a new laptop, but he had just bought a scooter, so his finances were low. So that could be weeks or months to save up enough money for something like that. But I got to do that too. I need a laptop.
You definitely need something there, Haas.
Oh,
I'm trying to actually. I don't know. Every time somebody makes the concept of technology and science and magic, I keep falling back to that line from Tony Stark from the comic books. Magic is just science that I don't quite understand yet. And
Well, that's been said many different ways.
right. Well, I'm talking about the complete lack of a need of any of the exterior trappings where you could just you can do the things without needing magic pendants and bat guano and eye of newt and things like that, where you could just will it through just
well, we are
ability.
a species.
That's what
We are
we're
a
talking about. Visually.
Well, I also think, though, we are a species of rituals. We need certain things. Yes, we know that we could do them without it, but at the same time, we need to know that we have them.
I don't need any of that crap. If I can do it, I can do it.
Well, I mean, human beings need.
I think that it's quite possible that with the passage of time and generations, all of that trappings of the old ways will become completely unnecessary and prove that it is in fact a biological function that we just don't understand yet, as opposed to it being something more akin to, you know, magic.
All right.
I've told my students before, all it takes is my finger.
Oh yeah. Where is the power of the universe? And what finger? Yeah, sorry, I was thinking Willow. I like my 80s movies. Just leave me alone. I don't know. I think there is something actually beautiful in the ritual. I mean, the simplicity of it sometimes. Taking a hot
To
shower.
me, it's tradition. It's tradition and misunderstanding. You know, my own things that I've been able to do needed none of that.
Well, me and Jack are both
Right.
Catholic, and the first thing you do when you enter the sanctuary is you go in, and they have a small, little basin of holy water. You dip your fingers in, and you cross yourself. No one knows where. Well, I'm pretty sure somebody knows where it started, but it's the thing that every Catholic does. You go to what you go to wherever you want to sit. You kneel down. You cross yourself. Then you sit down. Then when you leave after the sermon, you do it again. It's repetition. There's really no reason for it other than the ritual of doing it and in the belief structure. I honestly think magic is spirituality, not so much, but magic is a form, and I could be very wrong on this one. Magic could also be considered a form of religion, faith, where we need our rituals to be able to.
But what if we don't? What if
Well,
it's
okay.
absolutely
We
different?
don't.
We all have to start somewhere. It's always baby steps with everything. Sometimes these rituals are nothing
Right.
more than baby steps.
Maybe.
And this is something that we
agree on
still
that.
do. There's
Like
no
when I
reason
go into
for
the gym, the first thing I have to do is bow to the master and bow to the flags. What's it got to do with throwing you across the room?
He
Tradition.
needs a JoJo, not just any gym, not like
I know.
Planet Fitness.
I totally
Yeah,
understand.
Okay,
used to
just to
bow
clarify,
bow to the master and bow to the flags. I'm like, okay, I know where he's going with this.
Yeah, but it's also a sign of, subservience or submission, which are things I just can't, I'm incapable of.
Hey, James, you need to let me know when
Yeah,
I
you're
need to keep
vegetarian.
looking an eye on my mail. I know you said you're shipping me something. I just need to know if you know when it's going to be showing up, so I don't, I'm out doing something else.
He'll send you a tracking number.
I don't know. It's like I said, I'm Catholic. We go in there, we do our thing, we come back out. How much of it's actually really needed? I don't know. But we do it because this is what we're told to do.
Yeah, I don't get told what to do very easily.
Yeah, because, well, one, you're I'm not going to say you're an evangelical, but I mean, we've had this conversation off camera millions of times. We don't need to have it on camera. I'll stop it.
I understand how that goes, Jack.
Yes. Me and him have had several religious debates. Several.
So, I
Love
mean,
you for it.
Most of them hit
there is
on
a ritual out there to be able to not summon, but to attract a brownie. Now, a brownie is something that comes out of Celtic mythology. It's part of the wee folk. They come in, they clean your house, they do all the things that you don't want to do, basically all the housekeeping. Now, but you said you kind of have an agreement with them. You will leave out graham crackers and honey and milk. If you forget to do this, even once, they will trash your apartment, make your life a living hell for X amount of time, then leave.
So homeowners are immune?
What?
So homeowners are immune?
No, but that's the thing, with brownies. You summon this little creature, or not summon, you call, whatever word algae you want to use, and you have an agreement with him, and he'll keep your house, and you keep him stocked with graham crackers, honey, and milk. Now you break this agreement, they'll give you hell. Going back to the Ouija board, you buy a Ouija board. Wordology. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's not even a word. It is now because it's on YouTube.
Wordology?
Yeah.
I think it's called.
Sickle cell
Actually, no, it
plant.
isn't. I was gonna say etymology, but no, it's technically not true.
Hey, it sounds
I thought
good.
you said
man. I mean,
algae.
It is now, yeah. Going back to the Ouija board, I think you making an agreement with whatever that you're going to use this. You're going to use it for reasons, whatever your reasons may be. And I think, to a certain degree, if you keep up your end, it will keep up its end. But sometimes, as I said earlier, shit happens.
Yeah, that to me that doesn't, I don't even know what to say about that. That sounds like either little tiny demons or little tiny gray men disguised as brownies before I could actually believe that there are little tiny people, leprechauns, whatever you want to call them. I just can't buy into that. And
It's
Joe,
ancient aliens.
what's up with your camera?
It doesn't make
What's up with
Every so often, the image I get of you like flashes like a completely different image. So fast that I can't tell what it is, but it's like weird. Does anybody else notice that, or is it just me?
Not
I'm
once.
so back and forth, I haven't noticed.
I'm looking
Okay.
at the chat more than the screen, so no.
Yeah, I can't see the chat on my device. So if anybody says anything clever, please click it so we can all share along.
I
Nathan?
say stuff that's clever.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Because otherwise, I mean, you guys can type to them, but I can't. And
You're right
you
here.
know, especially if James says something funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a full house. I'm very happy with it.
Yeah.
Well, I think between the upcoming full moon and the complete lack of 110-degree weather, at least for us, 2 out of the 5 are in a much better mood than lately. We actually got rain today for the first time, like real rain, in the last 24 hours.
So be careful. You might have to pay for it. It is California.
We're not collecting it in buckets so they can't
Never
get
mind.
it.
You didn't get the
First,
joke.
no one would know.
You didn't get the joke. You didn't get the joke. Moving on.
Well, even if we did collect it, we're not paying for it.
The raining service came by and rained on you. It charges you extra every month on your rent. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah, all James is saying right now is like, yeah, it's Full House.
Yeah. Well, to answer your response there, Shadow, it just really depends on what you grew up on. I grew up on Celtic and Romanian mythology. Here in the States, you guys don't believe in the we folks so much. You rather believe in aliens and stuff, which there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying there's a difference of backgrounds.
Hey, I just tried my chat. It looks like Grim's in the house. Awesome,
Oh.
Grim. Good to see you.
Yeah, he has been for a
Okay,
while.
yeah. Thanks for letting me know. I was actually reading, so I was like, "What
Yeah,
is that awkward silence?"
He's a
Oh.
close friend of the family.
Percy, and this is James. You are on board. Come on, you.
Yeah, you got to watch out for James. He'll change the name up, and you'll never know who you're dealing with. How the hell are you,
Broad
James?
daylight, just as expected.
Good. I'm in like I said earlier, I'm in kind of conspiracyville because it's September 11th where I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just turned that for me 15 minutes ago. Be right back.
Oh.
Okay. By the way, Joe, this is James. Joe. I think this is your first time
We
meeting.
met
Oh,
before.
you're here, James.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
I met him.
Good thing happened when I left.
How you doing,
Connell,
James?
Connell, I have a bone to pick with you. You can't leave treats out for sprites and be Catholic. It's against the rules.
I'm Irish Catholic.
You're an Aztec. You're an Aztec Catholic from one of those head chopping countries where they worship cacti as the Virgin
That's
Mary.
a contradiction in terms.
Wait. This is coming from the Australians.
You're obviously one of those rolling the heads down the step pyramids type Catholics.
The Aztecs may have done that, but
As much as I like chocolate, I'm not Aztec.
You know what the
listen, like,
you know what the drinking age for Aztec citizens was?
4? I don't know.
60.
I'm surprised anybody lives that
Well,
long.
then how come they find out?
most of them were sacrificed before that.
Well, you're only priests. could
Yeah,
drink.
that's what I was going to point out.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Like, as much as us Mexicans like to glorify the Aztecs, I don't think anybody really actually likes them. If they know what they are, nobody really likes them.
They're not the only culture out there
but
that way.
most kind of modern national ideas are kind of constructed to some extent. You know what I mean?
The national idea of what Aztecs were is not what they were. I mean, certainly the idea of what they were is certainly good, but what they really were was not.
I think Mexico has a lot more going for it than the Aztec part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what they say, man. That adrenochrome is a hell of a drug.
Pardon?
That adrenochrome is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, well, quite possibly. I mean, some kind of harvesting or fear-based farming going on there. But yeah, I just think like Mexico has so much more going for it than like Tenochtitlan. I mean, it's an interesting city, but it's just a part of it, right? It's just a part of the history. Like Jack, you've kind of got me more interested in reading up on that kind of part of the world where it's a real gap for me otherwise. And the way in is always for me like through like wargaming books and stuff like that, because I can understand it. It's kind of my avenue. And like yourself, I'll probably end up on Wikipedia going, wow, I'm like 20 links in.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
Who's
have any
this guy?
tabs open right now, but I mean,
Yeah.
the average Wikipedia article I'm reading is like a single paragraph, and then I go back a few and find another until I reach a single paragraph entry or where it's red, where there's supposed to be a Wikipedia page about it, but it's so obscure that, like, when I was looking up French politics, there's this one French political party that has no seats, nothing. It broke off from the Communist Party, and I was trying to look up stuff about it, and the English page was like a few sentences. Then I accidentally find a way to get into the French page, and it's actually pretty big. So I'm going to try
Have you
to
noticed
find a
that
way to Spanish.
Have you noticed that European leftist? Have you noticed that European leftist parties like aren't as wacko as like Democrats?
Yeah, I mean, this was because I was trying to do some sort of like alternate future into the future of France. I don't remember why, but
Yeah.
I was looking into them and like, oh, there's literally this one party which is super nationalist, but also very communist.
Yeah.
But very socialist, but also super nationalist. but they like to
Sounds kind of
the communist ideas, and they broke up.
sounds kind of delicious. Actually, sounds kind of good. It's like, what if we looked after the people and destroyed Mars?
What's his name? The owner of Tesla wants to send 2 nuclear bombs to Mars to make it rain.
That's actually a pretty common idea.
Yeah,
And
the
not just when the
terraforming.
United States was like, the Russians are gonna get to Mars first. What if we blow it up? But nuking.
Well, we've already sent bombs to Mars. Look at the face. You know, now all of a sudden it's just smooth and flat. Come on, guys.
Well,
Oh, surely that's just like dunes or something moving over the. Like it's not all rock. Surely it's just. I mean, it depends on what time of year they probably took a photo of it with the dust in a dust storm and.
Yeah, but it seems kind of coincidental that it disappeared after we landed there.
I was watching this really kind of far out truther stream. He's kind of like a prepper survivalist guy. He's kind of a right wing Christian guy. He's pretty intense. He's a pretty intense dude, but I kind of like him. He's very funny. He'll talk to anybody. He's kind of interesting. I think he's like a flat earther or something like that, which kind of, I'm just like, yeah, why not? Okay, fine. But he was talking.
Flat earthers.
He had I think it's like more of a statement of defiance than like an actual committed position. It's like maybe more of an intellectual exercise than it is serious. But he had a guest on, and the guy was saying that his neighbor worked at NASA, like developing imaging and stuff for like 20 or 30 years, and he said basically everything. The only thing he would tell him, the only beans he would spill, was that every image you see is like heavily, heavily processed and doctored and not anywhere near close to what can be seen in the ordinary visible light spectrum in a vacuum.
Well, yeah, they make things look.
Yeah, I've been hearing that for decades, though.
They stitch pictures together to make full pictures of the Earth or of planets.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this is basic stuff you learn when you're watching garbage, like, the flat earther debunked. They've been debunked, the flat earthers.
Well, I've never, like, I've always kind of found the idea interesting and kind of, like, there's something kind of intriguing about it, but at the same time, like, I can't wrap my head around the alternate cosmology, and the experiments that were run by the ancient Greeks seemed kind of sound to me. So,
Yeah. Also, just so you know, I'm not saying that as like a thing against them. I've made flat earth or debunked videos.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, I'm not. There's some.
I think it's kind of fun. I think it's like throwing down the glove. And kind of saying, well, I'm a flat earther. Like, it's almost like a challenge of sorts.
That's the stuff you say when you want to get in a fight at the bar. I mean, that's really what you're asking for when you say stuff like that. I believe the world is flat. Are you a fucking idiot? Is going to be the next thing somebody's going to say. Hands down. I don't even have to be psychic to tell you that.
Remote viewing on Mars.
Right.
There. Now, right back to quantum. There we. I don't know what I walked into after I got my coffee, but y'all motherfuckers need coffee.
True. I need more.
You want me to go to sleep because that's what coffee does. It puts me to sleep.
Then get the high test. But anywho, remote viewing. I can go ahead to remote viewing from whatever this is and talk about flat Earth from a remote viewing perspective. So I have the book on its way to me, and I thought it would be here today and I'd have something to work with, but it didn't make it to me today. By Ed Dames, I got that book. It's on order right now, and it should have gotten here today. It might get here tomorrow. So I'm gonna learn it. Spirit Guide says
Oh.
do it.
Well, send me a link in Facebook Messenger.
You mentioned this on your last stream, didn't you, Nathan? That you had this book on order.
No, those are the goggles. The goggles are on order.
All
The
right,
book.
right, yeah.
Yeah, the goggles haven't gotten here yet either. They're still being made. Apparently, the dye is hard to make when you're doing it by hand. But yeah, the book is on its way. Shadow, what link do you want? The link to the book?
Yeah.
Oh, it's on Amazon. So I didn't go fancy on this one.
Oh, Nathan, I got something that. Oh, sorry.
I
Go
have
ahead.
a hard time remembering so many different things. I have to have it written down for me.
Oh, okay, no problem. I got you.
I got a streaming coffee mug, Nathan. Look how tall it is.
Love it.
That's pretty tall.
Yeah. Yeah.
I need one of those.
Keeps it warm,
Yeah.
baby.
I'm afraid if I
Yeah.
drank that, I would literally shit out a stream of blood. So
Right.
Yeah, don't do that.
There's the demon in the toilet again there, Jack.
I think Connell just
Mystery
solved that mystery. Happy birthday, by the way, Connell.
Debunked.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's mine
Happy
next
birthday. I didn't
weekend.
know that. Happy
It was
birthday.
my birthday last week. September 3rd is my birthday.
It's mine next weekend, and it's like Jade's today, isn't it?
Yeah, Jade's birthday
Yep.
was yesterday. Yeah.
Well, happy birthday to everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The week before that, it was mine. Remember the August 29th.
Oh,
Yeah.
dang, look at you guys, birthday boys in the house.
Bunch of Virgos.
yeah. I mean, it's funny. I never paid much attention to astrology, but I had a friend who did it for a living, and he did my chart and stuff, and it was kind of quite surprising some of the stuff that came through.
What was it? If remembering correctly, I think I'm like a triple Virgo.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that must be hard.
I'm lonely most of the time, so I don't believe it.
Your house must be very clean, though. Your house.
No,
must be
no,
very
not at all.
Either that or
Yeah,
very dirty.
I clean literally every day, and even between stages of painting models, I clean the studio.
I have a strong remote viewing fuck it button. I remotely see it, and I push it almost on a daily basis.
Well, Bassoon, the John Carter story, that was kind of a remote viewing story, wasn't it?
I don't quite get that one. The science. I mean, I know there's no science behind it, but I don't. It's like okay,
That
Well, it's
guy
kind of the
keeps
era
saying
of science
story
fantasy,
over and over again.
isn't it?
yeah, it was weird because it's like okay, he got the
Very
talisman.
early doors at that point.
He got the talisman. The guys, the alien guy says the magical ibbity bibbity words,
Mm.
and he has it, and he's like, does a clone of him get sent over there? Like, it's like, did they FedEx his ass to Mars?
He's projected. He's like there, so he can't be where he is, but he's where he is, so he can't really be there.
I thought he just got teleported there.
It's a quantum state. Like he's in two places at once. He's resting in the cave, but he's also adventuring on Mars.
The other aspect of that bothered me was like, how did his body on Earth survive?
Well, I went in every night into the cave and brushed
Oh.
his teeth.
You were probably in some sort of like sleep.
You know, I tried to force a couple of cheesy crackers into his mouth. That didn't go so well, but yeah, we kept an eye on him.
Also,
Fuck,
Gave him a bit of a dust. Gave him a bit of a dusting. He wasn't on Mars that long. It was about a week. He was all right.
he was fine.
If he was there for a week, he should have died because the
He just
rule
needed
of
a
three,
shower and a cup of coffee.
the
Pardon?
rule of three dictates that you cannot go longer than 3 days without water.
Yeah, well,
Did
I
you
was
drink water
pumping
when you
water
were there?
into him the
Uh-huh.
whole time.
Did
Yeah.
you drink water when he was there?
What?
when he was in Mars. No, water's really expensive there.
Money.
It's all bottled touristy shit too.
Oh.
Hey, Graham, I'm sitting outside. It's a wonderful night.
I looked
And
at the picture at the screen. It doesn't look like this. All right, that thing you're seeing is like the roof. This is the window. It's the camera angle is bizarre. I don't get it.
Nathan, didn't the CIA do some research into remote viewing? Weren't they taking it quite seriously?
Yes.
absolutely.
Is it possible?
Project Stargate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't think they ever stopped. And when two different countries are dropping as many millions into the research, even back then, and everything else I've heard and read on my own makes me very curious, to say the least.
Now, speaking of research, I want to talk about an Admiral Byrne. He was a guy who went up to, I think, the North Pole or South Pole.
Oh,
And what was it called? High dive, high jump?
Operation
Jump.
High Jump.
He ran across alien Nazis.
Well,
The spaceships.
a breakaway
No.
civilization.
I
That's
don't
a
know if
breakaway
they're
contradiction in
aliens.
terms again.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should let Joe handle this one.
Mm.
Yeah.
I was listening to an article about it, and it said
No,
he had spaceships that had the SS on them.
Mm. Like Bill Beaker
right.
type UFO
I'm reading,
type
but-
thingies.
Joe, you're breaking up.
Right.
What?
But okay, there was the Germans did do research into flying saucers.
Yeah.
What was that? And they weren't aliens; they were Germans, and they wanted to they wanted to establish a base down there, and we were hoping to find some Egyptian magical objects too. The odd thing is that there's been a pyramid found down there.
Mm.
It's
That's
a
weird
natural
because
pyramid,
what I
but
heard-
a pyramid
I heard it
found
was
down there.
actually I heard it was a hollow Earth situation with actual other people that have been there for thousands of years, not just the Nazi thing. That there was a civilization inside, and
Right.
obviously highly advanced and older than dirt.
I mean, I think it's important to remember
when
that.
you get that,
Let's give Joe the floor. Go ahead, Joe.
when you get past his first landing in that, and get past the Nazis, yes, then he went to the Hollow Earth bit, and the poor guy was it was disclaimed by everybody, including members of his own team. In the world of
The other thing is
doing?
the Nazis didn't exactly embrace like every area of research. Like they were quite down on theoretical physics, and they kind of practiced some of the same kind of Lysenkoism that the Soviets did, where they thought they could make the science fit their ideology, not the other way around. So I have my doubts that if they were doing anything like that, I have my doubts that they were doing it unassisted.
On this topic, go see Dark Journalist on YouTube, the X series. You know what I'm talking about. And he has covered this a lot. There are a lot of resources out there that have just they've been buried. You can find them, but you got to dig. And yeah, I don't think the Nazis developed anything. I think they adapted stuff they found down there.
Yeah.
Because, and Joe, maybe you can fill in this blank. I can't find anything from between the time of the end of his mission, high jump, and the establishment of the international science stuff that's going on there now. It's just blank. What happened? Do you know? Can you point me in the right direction for that?
I'll have to look up some things.
Okay,
I'll
please
get
do.
with you tomorrow.
Definitely get back, either on here or anywhere. But yeah, the Nazis didn't find anything down there. I mean, they didn't develop their own stuff at all. They found old, abandoned stuff and stuff that wasn't being used anymore by whoever left it. And I'm pretty sure it was us, as in humanity from a past civilization. And that was the time capsule of to rebuild us. And I also refer to Jared, I'll have to get his name again, notaliens.com, where we're safe moded. We don't have the mystical stuff. We all have it. We all have bits and pieces of it here and there. Some of us have it coming through harder and stronger than others, regardless of religion or anything, right? However, we all do have it. And those guys had it. Those guys in Antarctica, they had it. And Antarctica and below the Atlantic. But yeah, I'm seriously thinking they just discovered something and said, oh, we need to study this. And here's my theory. I don't think I've said this here yet. When Byrd went down there, the war was already over, right? The infrastructure, the supply lines, everything was done. The war was over. And they lost. The Allies won. And when Byrd went down there, it was not an expedition. It was a tactical force. I mean, you don't go do that on an expedition. You take backpacks, not cannons and aircraft carriers. You know, you take cargo ships.
Well, it's just like when they went after the Free French Navy, the Allies ended up sinking part of it because they were kind of a rogue element. You know, even though they were technically aligned, they had to like sink half the boats that were moored in Egypt after the Nazis took Paris, because they were becoming such a liability on the Allied side.
Okay.
You know, just kind of running their own raids and stuff. And certainly after the close of the war, there would have been pockets of soldiers who were probably cut off from the main narrative of the war. Like there was that Japanese soldier who kept his post until 1975 on some tropical island.
Right.
You know?
Right. But in Antarctica, they were shut off from supply lines and they needed a lot because it wasn't a small base. It was a big encampment. It was a big facility and but they were cut off. They were dealing with what they had. And fortunately for them, this ancient technology was very, giving to them because they understood enough of the buttons and stuff to push them and make things happen. But then they were under attack. They were still studying stuff. Byrd shows up. He moves in. They go, oh, crap, we're under attack. Push all the buttons. And Byrd was repelled. That attack force was repelled. Win, loss, whatever. The Germans down there were gone. But they weren't.
If Byrd has any credibility, like what you're saying is probably true, because like even at the peak, German industrial production was nothing like the Soviet Union or the US.
No, but they had they had their ability. They established their.
They had good research chemists and great field weapons and stuff like that, but there are a lot of holes in their kind of supply chain, like even at the best of times. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why they ended up using slave labor in part.
Yeah. I agree. I'm not saying
they had this kind of crazy idea that they could take on everybody at once, and it just didn't, work out that way.
That's the idea that they'll win regardless, and it didn't work.
Mm.
It obviously.
Mm.
But I
And,
think your theory is the closest to a plausible one that still countenances the whole Bill Beaker ship thing.
And I can't take credit for it. This is mostly Dark Journalist.
Right.
Daniel from Dark Journalist. It's mostly him. He is my resource on this. And yeah. And that's why it's hard. So it's almost illegal. I think we lost Joe.
Okay.
Yeah. He'll be back.
Oh, okay.
Hold
Well,
on.
if he shows back up, I'll let him back in.
Okay.
But no one's allowed to go to Antarctica. You can't just say, get on kayak.com or whatever and say, I want to go to Antarctica. You can't do that. You need special privilege, special permission, sponsorship.
Yeah,
all
why
of
the hell
this
is that? That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, especially since at one point, here's Joe back. It was declared state park or world state park. But then they said that about the moon too.
Well, it used to
Okay.
be known as the 51st state.
Well, when they started handing out, I mean, I don't mean this to be a smartass, but there's no other way for this to come out. The moment they start handing out tickets that are reasonable to fly to the moon to check the moon out, it will be considered a world park. It's not a state park; it would be a world park in theory. And with with the South Pole or the North Pole, yeah, I mean, no countries technically own them per se. I know Russia likes to think it owns the North Pole. It's they've made that joke once or twice, but it's weird that you would need
Several nations have claims on Antarctica, and when the terms of the Antarctic Treaty expire, it's very likely that they'll start claiming land.
Well, as my grandpa once said, land is the one thing that God's not creating anymore. But on that note, gentlemen, and I do use that term for the full meaning because I find each one of you guys, even you, Jack, to be gentlemen and scholars in your own way. Except for that James character, he's just a hoot and holler. Anyways, I've had a long day. I have a long day coming at me tomorrow. It is 12:43 here. About 2 hours from the witching hour. I like to be asleep before the witching hour.
I assume that means you're leaving.
Man, nothing happens during that time period. And for those who understand what the witching hour is, you'll understand.
Yeah.
You know what the
Take
witching
care, little
hour
brother.
is? That's
What?
The witching hour is when 8 o'clock ceremony finally gets started.
I believe it. All right. I love you all.
Wait, is it alright if I show you the progress?
Thanks for coming by, Jane. Thanks for coming by, Connell.
Yeah. Hey, Jack, you'll have to do a stream, and your first stream, I will be there with
I
bells
was
on.
going to do one a few days ago, but something happened. But we don't talk about that.
It's all right. I know your dad owns a meth lab in your basement.
No, I lost my password book.
Oh, that sucks too.
Oh, that's secure. That is super secure, Jack. Way to go.
Yeah, I had a notebook in my desk.
Hey, Alexa, what's my password?
You're a shithead.
I had a
Wait, what?
physical notebook in my desk.
All right. Oh, I had a question for James, but I can wait till some other time because I'm kind of curious. Yeah, Grim, thank you. With the Queen passing, I'm kind of curious what that looks like over in London. I have some friends over in England and Ireland tell me what that looks like over there. I was kind of curious what that looked like over in Australia, but it is what it is. I'll talk to him later. I'll talk to
The Greens are evil, so that's all you need to know.
Shadow Jack. I'll see you guys later on tomorrow for my show. We'll be talking about the island of Dr. Moreau and all the nonsense that went on that island because it wasn't the Pleasure Island. Anyways, goodbye.
Good night.
And then there were 4. Okay.
The fourth, may the fourth be with you.
Okay, well, anyway. And we're back. Yeah, Antarctica is one of my favorite topics.
Ditto. Yeah. There's absolutely. Yeah. I don't like coincidences, and it seems a short period of time after the bird incident that suddenly it's now off limits. It may have been 10, 20, whatever years it was. It's still, it's not like people were rushing to get there to begin with. They had plenty of time to, monitor the situation and go, well, no one's going to go there. It's, it's a hellscape. So we're safe. We can send all our stuff there. And then once we get our stuff there, oh, now it's off limits.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other place that off limits other than, Area 51 kind of stuff, but that makes sense. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
But here we got this huge land mass that you can't just book a flight to. You can't get a Virgin Cruise, ship out there, nothing. But anywhere else, yeah, no problem. You want to go to North Korea? No problem. You want to go to Russia?
Just go to New Zealand and ask to go over to Antarctica.
Yeah.
Tourists
It doesn't work anymore.
All the time.
You have to have permits and permissions and sponsorships. This is new information within the past 10 years. Because what was it when in 2014 when all those people went down with the Pope as well? What was that all about? No one
during the
will talk
Obama
about that.
administration.
Yeah.
Or the leaked photos of the giant holes out there.
Those two. And
I have my theories, but I don't want to get shot.
Well, I haven't heard any beeping or clicking lately, so you should be okay. Go ahead.
If I say this, somebody's going to come up with a gun behind me, and it's not going to be the government. I'll tell you that.
Will it be the Vatican? It's the Vatican, isn't it?
No, it's my dad.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's something. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Shadow, I sent you the links to the 2 books.
Okay, cool.
I ordered the Russell Targ book. I remembered wrong. I just hit order and forgot about it. But 2 books, and I sent you links on Facebook.
Okay. Silver Sea cruises, Antarctica cruises.
Silver Sea?
I just checked it up.
Really?
Silversea.com.
Okay. Well, send me a link too.
Well, silversea.com.
Okay. Because I want to go. I don't even care.
They have
The cold would kill me.
They have 2000. Okay, the cold would kill you, but
I will manage.
yeah, they still have their expositions down there. So going to get to the Far East side.
Okay. Oh, God, this is such a commercial website. Yeah. Knowing what happens down there, I see the words intimate luxury ships. That's a turn off.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like anything even remotely good could ever come out of that.
Not with that headline. Intimate luxury. I don't want that.
Nobody should want that.
Oh, I'm not going down that road. Not this time. Not today.
Not
Okay, well
today, but
there's other liners that go there from New Zealand.
Okay. Collect some links, send them to me, please. I would like to see those.
You again.
Yes.
Have either of you guys read
It's
Mountains
cool.
of Madness by H.P. Lovecraft?
I have not.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Joe, you're up.
I don't know what your point is on it, but
I just wonder if the old guy was maybe doing a little bit of remote viewing of his own.
okay, I'm missing.
Well, because that's where he went, isn't it? That where the story takes place, Antarctica. Well, H.P. Lovecraft's Mountains of Madness wasn't it about Antarctica and what he saw.
Yeah, but I don't think he went down there.
Well, no,
I don't think he went down
no, I meant remote viewing. It's just such a weird story about such a weird place. You know, maybe you know.
I never took Lovecraft seriously. I never.
Oh no,
took
nor did I.
Lovecraft-
Nor did I. But it's just kind of weird that you know nobody was thinking about it back then. You know, it was on nobody's mind whatsoever, and you know, I think there were talk of pyramids and you know other weird buildings there and things like that. Just a weird thought that came to mind.
Okay, I got no. Yeah, we have something weird going on with the sound. I got
And the
no,
visual here.
and then came to mind.
Oh, just you know how nobody was going there when he wrote the story, and he was just you know talking about pyramids and all the weird buildings there and things like that. Maybe.
Is no one
Wow,
talking
deja
because my
vu all
sound
over
seems
again.
to. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, technical is holding up. That's good. I'm glad.
Just a weird thought that came to my mind. Just
I
you
don't
know,
heard our
talking about-
conversation.
Okay.
that's weird.
Well, okay. Remote viewing. It's not remote viewing, but Shadow, I think I'd mentioned this to you a while back. I didn't know what I was doing. I was running a game in Nashville at a game store, and I thought I was just basically, you know, making stuff up. Well, I came up with the Shangri-La spaceport in Antarctica, and it was quite detailed. I mean, what I was able to write down and put into my game was now looking back on it, it wasn't me making stuff up. It was straight up channeling. And because a lot of this stuff coming out now, I wrote down 22 years ago. I wish I still had it, but lots of stuff happened between then and now. I can remember most of it, but not all of it. But yeah, it was Shangri-La Spaceport, Men in Black, Talking Dolphins, all of it. All of it.
Never give Dolphins LSD.
Say again?
Never
LSD?
give Dolphins LSD.
No.
Heard the story,
Pufferfish?
right?
Pufferfish? Yeah.
You've heard the story where the scientists tried to give a bunch of dolphins LSD so he can talk to them.
Oh, no, I didn't hear that one.
Oh, really? Because I've told it a bunch of times.
Not here.
All right, I'll give the abridged version. Basically, people realize that dolphins have a language, and they thought that if they can talk to dolphins, then if aliens come, they can talk to the aliens. Because if they can figure out a language as weird as dolphin language, if they can figure out an alien language, and they tasked this one scientist with figuring it out. So he got 3 dolphins, 2 female, 1 male, put them in 3 tanks, each with 1 designated scientist to monitor and test the dolphins. And then they started giving the dolphins LSD to try to be able to communicate with them. One time, the doctor in charge of the whole thing went to a party, took a massive amount of LSD, got into the tank with the dolphin, and then started describing a conversation he was having with the dolphin, and how he has ascended to a higher power thanks to the dolphin. Then the LSD wore off, and he presumably forgot everything. Then, where the story really gets weird, is I forgot her name, but one of the did I tell the story to you?
Yeah, you told me. It just then what you said. Then the story gets really weird. I just thought it was funny. It's already weird.
You know what happens later, right?
Yeah.
You know. Okay. So basically, the only dolphin that's really important to this part of the story is the male dolphin. So they were doing research on the dolphin, and NASA realized we didn't hire you to try to, because no, what ended up happening was the scientist wanted to teach the dolphins English. That's why he was giving them more LSD, because he wanted to teach dolphins English. But then NASA found out, we don't want you to teach dolphins English. We want you to teach yourself how to speak to the dolphins, not to teach the dolphins how to speak to you. So they're threatening to cut funding. So the big dolphin got a smaller tank, and then the dolphin got really sad because it had a really small tank. So then the scientist, not the main scientist who took all the LSD and started having conversation with the dolphin, but the female worker who like diver, who was tasked with administering this dolphin, got in the tank and started performing sexual activities with the dolphin. Then NASA found out about this, cut funding entirely. Then the dolphins were each put into very small tanks, to which most of them just killed themselves. This is an actual thing that probably happened.
That sounds weird enough to be real.
Yeah.
What the hell were they thinking? The dolphins are just going to ask for more fish.
Yeah.
I can believe it. Okay, about the drugs. You don't need drugs. There's other ways to do that. It's called the God helmet. I put it in the chat already, and I'll put a link right now. And it's God helmet, Shiva helmet. I've seen demonstrations a couple of times, and it's a trip. And it's basically, here's how I rationalize it. Has anyone heard of the Shiva helmet, the God helmet?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, Joe? Joe, can you hear me?
I think he's
Okay, Joe
freezing
can't
up.
hear me. Okay, well, anyway, how I understand it is we have our computers that are isolated and wired to not communicate outward. That's what we have here. And the Shiva helmet, God helmet, what it does is it uses tuned electromagnetic magnets, tuned electromagnets, tuned to certain frequencies and pulses, and able to break out from in here to out there. And we know we can read pulses from in to out, but it's putting them back in constructively is the hard part. And that's what this thing attempts to do. It's not a good method, but it is the only one we got so far. And I watched people do this. I watched the Hellier. I was a paid member for a little while, and they did this, and it was, they can't make this up. I mean, I wish I could just bring it up on screen and show you, but they would sue me because, Joe, yes, okay, pausing. Do you have audio? Your audio is not working. Cannot hear you, Joe. Beep.
You don't appear to be muted.
No, he's not muted to the stream. Joe, check your hardware. Did he change into a headset? Is that what? You can hear, but we can't hear you. I think I hear your static now. Carrier wave is coming through. Joe, say something.
Yeah, they're really trying to block him tonight, aren't they?
Apparently, the beeping has begun. Joe, say something.
Something.
Okay, that's
Did you hear me?
that's yes, can hear you. Your gain is way down though, but okay. All right, anyway. God helmet, Shiva helmet, it enables us to go out of here and tune into those other frequencies. And that's something else that is really a thing with me. It's the frequency. Like everything here is on a frequency, and everything we see or perceive is happening within the set of frequencies. And it's getting out of that set. And that's where things like mixing sound and light, interference patterns, and things like that. That's where that comes in. And that creates a certain distortion, but it's not distortion. When you look at it from the other side, it's like when we say signal booster, we mean add more power. When you piggyback a signal on another signal, they push each other along. And it's kind of like that, except it creates that interference, which is irrelevant to what we're attempting to do, is its own thing. It mixes its own way, and that's breaking out of the set of frequencies. And I'm really into that. That's why I do believe somewhat in the use of crystals, because with our quantum links, the crystals are their capacitors, their transistors, their processors, their everything. What do we want to do with them today? And that God helmet is one way, using magnetism to break out of this box and see what's on the outside of the box. Because I'm seriously thinking that we're a wildlife preserve, and that is one door out. Thank you, Grim to say. We're trapped in a box.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trapped. He just gave me a compliment. Interesting, Nathan. I'm like, yeah, it's fascinating because there's many tiny little instances that just can't be reproduced using gravity, using sound, using EM waves, using light, lasers. And John Hutchison in Canada is one person who does this stuff. And although he comes up with interesting things, he doesn't take very good notes. His methodology is not really on par that well, but he does come up with interesting stuff. He has an ion cannon on his front porch. That's cool. You know? Okay. Yeah, well, Morningstar says, I highly recommend figuring out how to hide what I learned because you will seriously disappear if successful. There's no way to record this kind of data. We can talk about it, and it means nothing because the medium isn't carrying all the information. I don't know how else to say that. Like this talking and speaking with sound and light, any information is useless because you got to use the quantum. Just like Chupacabra said in one of Amy's streams, spirit is the key element missing. Paganism, the top of the is spirit. All this other stuff comes together with spirit. Well, that's quantum physics. And I will go ahead and quote again Cheryl Costa. And the practice of advanced applied quantum physics is witchcraft because we're tapping into our inner quantum. My juices are going now, y'all. I don't know why, but it just is. But yeah, and okay. God helmet. There you go. I'm done for the moment. Thank you, Grim to say. Okay, nobody get pissed off now. Okay, nobody get pissed off.
Oh no.
About what?
About any of it. Because
no.
Okay. But yeah, just so many observations, and some of it clicks and some of it doesn't. All the BS just does not click. What clicks is what I pay attention to, and that seems to be what is clicking for me. God Helmet is one example. And yeah, I tell people, and they think I'm joking or being a smartass, get crystals. They're having horrible luck, get crystals. They think I'm joking, but I'm not really joking. I mean, it's all a matter of faith at that point, because faith is your quantum key for most people. It's the quantum key to the rest of it. And if you believe crystals will help you, that crystal will believe in you, and it will process and compact and organize for you as you need it. That's why I think that opinion. I think that's why so many people have so many weird experiences with crystal skulls, because they will it to be weird, and it's weird, and the crystal facilitates that on a totally mechanical level. IBM did it. HP did it. They did stuff with crystals in general. HP did it with a actual crystal skull. And I'm sure somebody can say, yes, oh, yeah, he's referring to this. Yeah, I don't have the links in front of me. But yeah. And they found some.
Well, it does kind of make a little bit of sense that these rocks over thousands and thousands of years have been prized. Maybe it was originally something different than just, money. Maybe the value came from something else, so far back that it was the only remnants of its value is money, but originally it may have had some other value.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, the quantum element.
Sure, they're nice to look at, but I mean, that seems kind of weak. Yeah, there's so many other things that are also nice to look at, but we don't, prize them, as like the diamond standard. Maybe there's something, farther back that explains it, and we just lost that little bit of information because the people who had the information at a certain point in time decided to start hoarding information and blacklisting information, up to and including actual reading that, maybe that was one of the first things they hid.
Yeah. Our quantum links.
I have a theory that that goes along kind of with the pyramid power plant theory that, maybe an advanced society, advanced enough, would find a way to, instead of bring their machines with them, because the heavier your vehicle is, the harder it is to transport, instead come up with a technology that, utilizes the native ingredients to build your machines in a high-tech but super simple way. If you could create, a machine out of rock by using the right kinds of rocks, you would get your desired result without having to carry the rocks. You wait till you get there, then use the native materials, like I said, and then maybe that that beam that supposedly projects straight up out of the pyramid was basically a power plant for the vehicles, so they go from point A to point B, get there, make a new power plant, and then go to point C because they powered up at point B with a incredibly ingenious, high-tech, super simple device. Because the higher tech you get, the simpler you want to make your devices so that they're easier to produce, etc. And if there's an actual measurable, beam of energy coming out from the freaking pyramid, what other purpose would it have?
Yeah.
What other need would they have?
Yeah, I would posit that the ships that you are referring to, the hypothetical ships, are not totally physical. They're partially they go out of frequency as well, because pulling from ufology, right? Mm-hmm. These things have been observed making right-hand turns, sharp angles at speeds that should be impossible. Well, I think they are bypassing something by leaving this frequency and only being observable, maybe visually or through radar.
That's entirely possible, but I could see, if your technology is high enough, then those details might just come with the territory. But for the most part, we don't have a lot of records of big things. They're always small ships. Well, why would you? Well, yeah, most of them. But if you could make small vehicles that utilize a certain energy as fuel to go, and distance being irrelevant because the technology or whatever, the exact process. We were just talking about space travel earlier, and maybe they use a wormhole or a hyperspace or whatever, to get from point A to point B, and point B has to have a stellar landmark, that being a star. You get there, you're in the system, you find the right planet. If you look at most of the planets, they're not made up of the same stuff that we are, and maybe the aspect of running water under the pyramid and the vibrations, etc., are all part of this super simple but high tech designed machine that's made out of the most basic things. I would think that one of the heights of civilization wouldn't be making these giant spaceships, full of empty space inside them with vast canopies and huge walking around areas. You don't need that, because when you get to where you're going, then you just have all that there. You have the whole freaking planet. You don't need to make these giant spaceships. You just need the right brains so that when you get there, you utilize what's there. And what did they find? They found a bunch of monkeys. They get the monkeys to make the machines, and the monkeys think they're doing it for one reason, but they're doing it for another. And now you have, a permanent machine with no moving parts that does what you want it to do. Made out of, incredibly simple materials, but if they're the right simple materials, then that's all you need.
Right. And the elements that is missing to make those parts work is the quantum element. And we're just, okay, this brings up a thought that I had been meaning to revisit, and it's right in line with this. Humanity is just realizing that there is more to science than playing with rocks and dirt. All of our science is based on playing with rocks and dirt. Okay, brought up crystals, that's a rock. Oil, that kind of thing, that's in the dirt. Most of our medicines are based on things found in dirt. All the synthetic meds are based on like flowers or roots or something.
Or minerals.
That's rocks and dirt. We're just realizing, the aerodynamics age started, we can leave the rocks and dirt? Yes. And this is a very simple, sarcastic way of putting it. The age of rocks and dirt. But that's kind of what we're realizing, that there's something other than the age of rocks and dirt. And hell, what do we make our airplanes out of? Rocks and dirt, aluminum, bauxite, steel, rubber, plants, all that stuff. It's all rocks and dirt. And we're realizing that electricity was a good one, but it should have been called magnetism.
Yeah,
Thanks,
absolutely.
Coral Castle.
Mhm.
And like the missing element is spirit, and we are so programmed by just our society and our existence all around us that we are not allowed to do that. All little kids, they see ghosts. Dogs and kids, they see ghosts. They speak to things that aren't there. Well, they're just not here in this frequency. That's my theory. That's what I'm positing. And yeah, other civilizations had this, and that's one reason why I think there's so many weird findings. Automatons, golems, well, not golems, but automatons, and structures that seem to be made for a purpose, but they don't have any mechanical aspects of them to make them do that. And there's something missing. There's a whole mechanic not there. And I don't mean mechanical as in gears and levers and stuff, but there's a whole dimension of reality that is not present in these machines. Antikythera, I think, was one that broke through that. It was one of the first nuts and bolts things to address something that was far away, but still had to do with the weird and the fifth element, if you will, right?
Well, personally,
Yeah,
I don't think that was a one of a kind device.
Oh, I don't think it was one of a kind either. I just think it was one that went from the physical to the non-physical. Non-physical being space, right? And we had no way of getting there that we understand today. They might have back then, but we just discredited it as being something religious. Okay, we're losing people. Boomtendo likes my way of putting it. Rocks and dirt. The age of rocks and dirt.
Yeah, I like it.
Open source. Have at it. It's open source. Copyright 2022. Open source license. Go for it. Everybody can use it.
You're mighty generous.
I just like, there's more here than it's all covered up and it's secret and all these things. And
well, it always has been. It always has been, if you think about it.
And it's coming to me. It is approaching me. The spirit guide, the cemetery, all these, the jumping reality, all of it's happening. And I'm like, everybody needs to know this. Everybody should be doing this. And they probably are, because I went on Amy's show saying the reality hop from road to road was a dumb one. What I meant by dumb was it was a tiny detail that I just happened to notice. And if I hadn't noticed it, it would have been garbage in my mind. And I would have logically said, I refuse this. This was nonsense, and I tuned it out. But I didn't. It wasn't. So I remember it. Okay.
Speaking of losing it, we lost Joe.
Yeah, he's having technical difficulties. And I've got some notifications here. Private chat. I think one of them is going to be from Joe. Okay, Joe sent me links in the private chat. Well, Joe, I meant send it on Facebook. But I don't know your hardware setup. That's okay. I'll be able to look at that in a minute. If I click those links, it's going to kick me out of chat, and the show will just go to more crap. So I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on the free version, and I'm using a phone over here and a computer over here. Send it to me on Facebook or email or something.
No, hey, Lamblin. How's it going? She subbed to our channel a while back.
Awesome. Yeah, I know her. She lives here. We're friends.
Cool.
She's one of the few people I can talk to that's local, in person and in the flesh, that I can actually get them right here.
Always a plus.
And we follow each other pretty well. I mean, logically speaking.
Yeah.
I've got a handful of people that can do that. Everybody here is just like, no, they don't. It's not
What
their
happened
ball
to
game.
James?
James? Shadow, you said what happened to James?
Yes.
Yeah.
James had some kind of technical problem, and he
Okay.
put in the chat that he was just going to watch the chat for a little while.
Okay. Yeah, I can check on the chat. It's just that if you see it on my tablet, the chat button is literally millimeters away from the disconnect from the stream button. On
Yeah.
my, and if if I have to literally like use my pinky finger to touch it, if I use any other finger, it's like 50-50 on what I'm going to get as a result.
Right. That's why every time I touch any controls on here, I mean, I've already kicked myself out once. I don't want to do it again. Yeah. This is what I'm doing here is computer over here, phone over here. The phone is running the show, and I'm not doing anything fancy, so it works. It's just this. This is as fancy as I'm going to get. And
Well, yeah, I gotta make an upgrade, but I've got a few other things I'm working on, and I keep getting hit with Kickstarter. Speaking of which, Jack, we have to talk about your Kickstarter before the night is through.
Oh yeah. It's probably already over.
Really?
I'm not sure. It's at 40 hours when I last talked about it, so maybe it's still up. I don't know.
you have
And
a
there's
Kickstarter
usually
going?
almost, no, he wants to get in on one.
Oh. Is it about aliens?
No, it's a video game.
Oh, is it a video game about aliens?
Maybe.
Okay. Boom Tendo is taking off. Boom, thanks for coming by, man. Thanks for stopping in.
Absolutely. Nice meeting you.
Hope you had a good time. And okay. Okay. Thanks, man. Boom Tendo. Boom, I try to do this on Saturdays, and most of the time it's happened for the past whole month, which is, well, we beat the quantum expectation. I programmed the quantum for this show to happen, and you see it's happening. But okay. Man, that was a rant. That was good. I like that.
Yeah.
I think it's been good. It's been quite good. It's almost 1:30 here. I mean, I'm good, but I don't know. You know what? I'm going to get some coffee. I'll be right back.
Hey, James. Yeah, I actually have all those ingredients here. Well, actually, except
Watch for ghosts.
the milk thistle. Never heard of that one, or the olive leaf, but I've got the other one. I got that a while ago. Okay.
Alrighty then. Yeah, sorry if I've not been very speaking lately, but doing things.
You've had a long day too, Sport.
True.
I think your allergies are better though.
Slightly. But the back of my throat is kind of annoying me.
Well, you've been on 2 streams since 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I have a. I mean, I guess there's a what? It's wow, exactly 30 seconds. Huh.
And just reading the chat, I guess we're now talking about home remedies.
I suppose.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a show on that. Talk to Nathan when he gets back.
Yep.
Yeah, it's same. She's same location as Nathan. So I guess you and I are going to take over Nathan's show.
I suppose.
Really?
What?
You missed it. We were going to take over your show. Oh, he can't hear.
Okay,
we
I'm back.
decided to take over your show.
Oh,
Yeah. No, the chat gave me a great idea. One of these nights, we're gonna have to do a home remedy episode just on natural and things like that to help each other out. You know, especially with November coming, I'm predicting people are going to get sick in a whole new way.
yeah. The Muggles.
Whatever. Yeah. Just good. Maybe we can talk about it in October. Do a witch's brew kind of thing. Just all the different things people can stock up on. There's this book called like The Old Ways or something like that. It's a old timey survival guide book of all the different things people used to do 100 years ago and whatnot to survive hard times and things like that. And you never know. I mean, with the way certain things are going, food shortages and stuff like that. If the Donner Party only knew they were surrounded by food the entire time, it might have went down a lot differently.
Yeah. If people only had those skills, because just knowing what plants provide what nutrients, just a basic understanding.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the Indian guides that they had didn't know about the white bark inside the pine trees that they were surrounded by. That you can eat that stuff. They're surrounded by freaking pine trees.
Yeah, I mean, when you're walking your dog and suddenly someone spots a coyote and their reaction is to run down the mountain and all of a sudden you're lost for 2 weeks, gotta know what to do. I'm never gonna let that down.
It was an experience he and his mom had when they were
2 weeks, so it was 2 hours. But
they were hiking in the mountains nearby, and they came across a coyote, and his mom did the thing you probably shouldn't do, which is
Freaked
get
out.
off the trail. Yeah, basically.
And go off of the trail.
Mm. Yeah.
Don't go off the trail.
Don't go
And
off
don't
the
be afraid
trails.
of coyotes. Don't be afraid of like a single or even a couple of coyotes. They're more afraid of you than you are of them.
And even if you have an animal with you, which the coyotes can attack, just if there's multiple of you, have one of you go in front if they actually start doing anything. But chances are they won't.
Yeah, they go for weak prey. Yeah, don't freak out. See, there it is. Fear. Fear did it.
Yep. And luckily we found the trail again, but
Because fear is the mind killer. Right, guys?
Yeah. Oh, James is saying something in the chat. There's a discussion in the chat. I don't know. Oh, they're talking about local events. I mean, local to us, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. There's an old book that they made a movie out of, How to Survive in the Wilderness. And I would like to get a copy of that. It's been way out of print forever and ever.
Well, the old ways, I think that's what it's called. There used to be a lot of YouTube commercials for it, and then it just they just stopped. Yeah, I don't know if this was pre-19 or more recently they took it off.
Mm-hmm.
But those survival skills, if you never need them and never use them, that's great. But if you do, they're worth their weight in gold.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Lost Ways.
I think so. Or the old ways.
Yeah, I'm looking. There's one called, The Old Ways is a journey on foot about landscapes. So it's not that one. Let me look at The Lost Ways. It looks like an old one. Let me see. I'm on Amazon right now and I'm looking it up, seeing what I can find out about this book. What? Okay.
It might not be available on Amazon because it was from a very specific, like website type of thing.
Yes.
Very kind of exclusive.
Okay, there's also the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies. I'm not looking at that one yet, but it's related.
Maybe it's a sequel or prequel.
Tell me what the book is about.
But it was about all kinds of different things, farming and preserving foods and which herbs, which plants were edible and medicinal and things like that. And
okay. That comes to mind. There's a person in Canada, and she does all that. And I actually bought some tincture from her a while back, lion's mane tincture.
Mm-hmm.
And no, that's not it. Joe is messaging me on Facebook. Let's see what's up. My computer's slow, Joe. Sorry, it's lagging. Okay. Regarding Operation High Jump, afterwards, Operation Nanook, and never reported anything up to 1951. Okay. I will have to look at Operation Nanook. That rings a bell. I think I remember hearing about that, but I don't know.
I've
about
never heard
Nanook.
that one. I'm usually pretty up on the operations.
Yeah, and I think Nanook was the follow-up saying, "Oh, there's nothing to see here. Move along. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Move along." You know, paid results. Get your paid results. Predetermined paid results. Yeah, here we go. Wait, no.
Yeah, I didn't mean to rile the chat up with 19 issues, but you know, it worked so well in the past. Why would they give it up?
Yeah.
You
Next
know,
thing is
and
going to be, yeah, this was the plague. And next thing is going to be the false flag alien invasion. I wonder who said all this.
yeah, a couple of people. And to be honest, I think Project Bluebeam has been put on hold for a while because it for a while in the last 18 months it was on everybody's show. Let's just say it was being talked about a lot to the point where too many people knew the name and they had to scrap the agenda temporarily, I believe.
I think if they're gonna go for something like that, I think there's other things that they wish to do. Maybe
Yeah, I don't think they're ready to scare us with that. They thought they were, but they're not because now everybody's like looking forward to it.
I don't think it's that. What I think it is
Mhm.
is that I don't think that's what they are. I don't think that's the type of enemy that they are. I think there's something else.
They're not an enemy. That's what. They're not an enemy. They're a potential great ally. If we're on the same frequency, and I think we are, they're not an enemy. They want us
Well,
to be scared.
well, I think we have to define who because I think there's more than one, and I don't
Yeah.
think just like with any group of intelligent species, whatever, you get good and you get bad, and
Yeah, I'm specifically.
there could easily be groups that are incredibly not good, even
Yeah.
within other groups. You know, whether they be lizard folk or not. You know, I
Like,
I just don't. I have no trust yet.
3 hours, 38 minutes. We talk about UFOs and Disclosure Project. Oh, I said it. There it is. Yeah. I think they're programming us for fear. The next thing coming is going to be a false flag alien invasion, and yeah, there's no enemy because we are the we're the endangered species. We're the ones in the protected reserve. Earth is the outback of space. Some people live in the outback. When I say people, I mean not humans. They live here because they're researchers, or they're just curious, or just like we go on cruises and these rich people go on submarine rides, they want to see the locals.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately, the only rich people going on submarine rides are going to Epstein Island.
yeah, the underwater one. And they're going into that. I would like to leave that alone for now.
That's cool. No problem. No problem.
understandable.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I just for now because I'm going to wrap it up in about a half an hour. But I wanted to do something on the UFO phenomenon. And when I say UFO phenomenon, this is not for us really. This is for the greater audience. I don't mean just things seen in the sky. I mean beings. Who's controlling them? You don't have my car is not doing anything in the driveway. It's sitting there waiting for me to control it. That's what a UFO is. Something's
Hmm.
controlling that thing, and they want us to be able to comprehend. And I'm with I'll bring him up again. I'm with Archie-Dangers. We're too dangerous. We're the bad neighbors, and we're not even the neighbors. We're the we're the species. We're the lions and all the dangerous creatures in the savannah.
I was thinking more like King Kong.
Okay, yeah,
You know,
that's
we're out-
us.
Yeah, we're out in the wilderness, and they bring us into civilization, and we're just gonna, climb the nearest skyscraper and start swatting at things.
Yeah, we're gonna wreck it because we don't know their ways, and we have abilities that they can't predict or defend against, really. And that's where Archie-Dangers comes in. Go ahead.
If you go by, like, for example, the most well-known images of these other peoples, the Greys could only compete with us, on some sort of mental level, and they never seem to be able to quite get that right. The lizard things, they seem to have some serious weaknesses. We do too, but they seem to have some other ones. That being what they need to survive. Whereas we can survive on a lot of different things. Being omnivores. If you're a strict carnivore or a strict vegetarian, that's not exactly an advantage, and it certainly doesn't promote higher learning and higher education and thinking. Whereas we managed to do it on everything. We finally got to a point where there aren't too many sciences left that are complete mysteries. We're getting them,
Yeah.
in a really short period of time, if you think about it, compared to what we were doing, I don't know, 100 200 years ago.
Yeah, that's a short time because recorded human history is several thousand years. And
Well, even if you just go from 0 to 2000, most of that period didn't change much from 0. The first year AD, where we barely had the wheel and any sort of devices that had moving parts. Up until even 200 years ago, we were only a little bit better. Before we had the steam engine and things like that, it wasn't much of a different, technologically.
Right.
Sure, we might have had some things with gears and things like that, a little bit of, steam, no electricity. And then in 200 years, boom.
Yeah, we're in space.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
I get you.
pretty damn quick. That's
Yeah, your
pretty
scale is a
damn-
little off, but I get you.
Yeah. Well, history's not my thing, and
Right.
I look at everything prior to the Wild West as the same.
Right.
Until you had, like I said, the locomotive, everything else was just a little bit better, tiny baby steps, improvements on technology, and then suddenly, boom.
Yeah. And
You're not going to
events.
find that. You're not. The funny thing is no other species on the planet has made any evolutionary progress in millennia. Not
in
one
our
tiny
recorded
evolution.
history. In our recorded history. And I don't have the links in front of me, of course, but I'm referring to some other stuff that I was looking at before. There have been resets, and the technology does not survive. Okay. The things from Egypt, it did not survive. All of our technology will not survive. Look in a junkyard and you'll see how quickly things just decay and become dust.
Yeah, if you look
Trace
at
elements.
in a literal, automotive junkyard, we've only had cars, X number of years, less than a little over 100 now, I think.
Yeah.
And in 30, 40, 50, they're you can walk through them. Literally, the rust is deteriorated it so much that you can kick your way through an automobile
Yeah.
because of the rust. It's literally just, a little bit more than bark and cardboard, even though it used to be metal.
Right.
It's gone.
Exactly. The technology will not survive. The traces. I hear
Which leads
people.
me back to my previous theory of making complex, simple machines out of materials that actually last forever, like rock and crystal and
Right.
things like that.
Things that
and
survive.
millennia. I mean, we have no freaking clue how old the actual pyramids are. We think we do, but there's evidence that's suppressed that contradicts that by a huge amount of years.
Big amount of years. The water damage on the Sphinx, for example.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
That's a load of horse shit if we're supposed to believe what they tell us, especially when we found it in modern history, it was up to its freaking eyeballs in sand.
yeah.
Again, somebody buried something. Wow, that's weird. Was it you I was talking about with Gobek? No, it was somebody else. We were talking about Gobekli Tepe,
Yeah.
how it was buried intentionally.
Yeah. I read a book about that, and it was things were buried intentionally and
Yeah, absolutely.
to erase the civilization by whoever was in charge at the time.
I don't think it was that. I think it was to preserve it. If you think about it, it wasn't that hard to dig up.
Right. You're right. We used.
It could have very well been intentionally buried, just like that place. I think it's in Turkey. That huge, massive underground city that's like built into the mountains, but nobody knows it was there. They found it on accident.
Oh, weren't they calling it a pyramid at first?
No. It's like an underground city that could house like tens of thousands of people, and it had these rolling doors that from one side you could open easily, but from the other side you couldn't even open it.
I'm going to look that up.
Yeah, I wish I could remember where it was. They talk about it on Ancient Aliens every once in a while, but they found it because someone was like getting ready to dig a basement, and then they punch their way into this giant underground city that had these chambers where if one person stood in the middle and talked, everybody throughout the building or structure could hear it because of the acoustics that were all carved by hand.
Yes. Lost city found in Turkey, older than Troy.
What's it called?
Dardanelles, Turkey. I'm going to link it. I will send you something on Messenger.
But I could rewatch. I've only got 4 discs of Ancient Aliens. I could fast forward through it and find it.
Okay. I am sending you a link now. I'm going to link that in the description also.
But not only that, it was actually, not ugly looking on the inside, but it had places for horses and cattle, and they say it was like built to hide from somebody from the outside world or whatever.
That's what I'm looking at. That's exactly what I'm looking at too. The pictures.
But yeah, I mean, how the hell do you do that? Or what the hell? I don't know why I thought about it, but that place in Ethiopia that was dug from the it's like this huge like church, but they started digging from the top of the rock and dug down to build. That place is amazing.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm not sure. I'm still looking up this.
Yeah, I know. It's a pretty deep rabbit hole.
Yeah. And here's one. Looks fairly okay. Man renovates his home and finds a tunnel leading to an underground city, right?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. I'm pretty sure this was copy pasted from somewhere else, but I'm copy pasting it here and here.
Most likely.
But yeah, to me, it just sounds like they were, maybe burying the Gobekli Tepe to hide it from other people.
Hmm. That makes sense. I mean, it really does, considering who was around back then.
Yeah, nobody who could do anything, according to mainstream archaeology. They were just hunter gatherers with little to no ability to carve what they did.
Right. They said it. They buried it to preserve it, so those guys wouldn't go in there and wreck it. That's what I was. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. The
And
people
what
around
better
at the
way
time.
And you bury it with sand. It's not that hard to dig it back up. No matter sure, the sand might get hard and compact, but as you work it, look at Egypt when they don't need big, massive, bulldozers and drills to break that crap up. It's just sand. It breaks down pretty damn easy.
Yes.
It's already broken down. To get it down to the granular level, probably just a little chipping and a whole bunch of it cracks away and turns into sand.
Right. And you just got to know to keep going. Because if you don't know it's there, then that's the hidden in plain sight. You just got to know that it's there. Know to go look and know to keep going.
Right. And if they, if records were kept and people had them, they would know where to go, by even, just by navigating with stars and whatnot. You should probably be able to, get a close approximation, and you start digging in the sand, and it wouldn't take long before you start finding bricks that the places like Gobekli Tepe were made out of. And okay, well, we found part of it. Okay, this is this part of it. Okay, we know we're in the right area. Just start digging, and eventually it'll all be found. And they're not even done at Gobekli Tepe. They've got
Gobekli. They're still going. You know what? Stargate SG-1 did an episode very related to this part of the topic. It was the Ashin. Do you remember that episode?
Maybe.
Okay. The team was on this perfect world. It was a farm world. There was just a few hundred people on this planet, and they said that the Ashin provide them with everything. And everybody was a farmer. And SG-1 goes and says, and is just looking around, say, oh, this is interesting. This is pretty cool. Yeah, well, see you. Thanks, bye. And they were on their way out or just looking around when they said, hey, I got some iron root over here that I can't get up. Do you think you could help with your highfalutin technology? And they go, oh, okay, sure. Let's take a look. And they found an underground buried city, intentionally buried. And the Ashin had farmed their world, destroyed the population with a vaccine. Yeah, another doomsday scenario.
Wow.
SG-1 is on point, y'all.
The bad guys really like telling people what they're going to do before they do it, don't they?
Yeah. SG-1 is on point, y'all. For real. If you haven't watched SG-1, watch SG-1. It is some of the most excellent science fiction you'll that's out there.
Here's the thing. Back in the day, I love the movie. I watched the show a lot because I was waiting for some other show. Plus, I watched like sci-fi almost exclusively when I was, after I got out of my Comedy Central phase, I went to the Sci-Fi Channel because that was a thing now. And I watched a crap ton of them, but I didn't pay as much attention clearly as you did. It was just like, okay, it's on. And I can't even tell you what show I was actually waiting to watch. But I've seen a crap ton of them.
Right.
But now my cable sucks and I don't get anything, so I have to go to YouTube.
Right. Well, you can always get them on DVD or figure out other means of getting them. I mean,
Mhm.
everything is online now.
In the high seas.
What?
The high seas.
Is that a reference to something I should know about?
Yo ho, yo ho.
Oh, yeah. Those guys. Yar.
Yeah, matey.
To the point where I need 2 more hard drives.
I'll bet. Our friend Baron and a couple other guys are big into that, and I'm like, I got YouTube. I can't get through all the videos on my on my suggestions and my feeds in a regular day. Because there's only 24 hours in the day, and I gotta sleep sometime.
Right. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I very pick and choose. I'm very picky when I go looking for something to watch. I'm very picky, and well, I've got other things doing all the paranormal stuff coming up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to kind of agree with Lambden here in her comment. Twilight Zone is still one of my absolute favorites. Yeah, I don't know if I'd put it number one, but it's pretty close. It's just the absolute classiness of the era of the Twilight Zone and the way it was, presented. There was just so I don't know, just
Yeah, I
seems
agree
like
with Lamblin.
such a great period of human history, that being the 60s and the 70s or 50s and 60s, where we're still riding that wave of post WW2, and
Yeah.
Rod Sterling was just the freaking man.
Yeah, there was a style and a class
Oh
there.
damn, James L. You can't be writing that crap with my son around here.
What?
Oh my god, that's hysterical.
Are you sure he isn't meaning like I don't know, the Exorcist?
Maybe, let's hope, but that's not how I'm deciphering it.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm seeing it. Well,
Fucking
the dark
James.
side of the quantum, I guess. It's not hate speech, so it's okay.
Yeah, I think Babylon 5. Babylon 5 is like tied for first place with Firefly, and then after that, it's easily the Twilight Zone. Well, Lamblin, smoking was cool before that, but he made it cooler. Yeah, I'll sleep when I'm dead, or in about 20 minutes, whichever comes first.
Yeah, I'm wrapping it up in a couple of minutes, y'all. Okay. Yeah, actually, I'm going to wrap it up now. We did good. This was a good quantum show. We more or less stayed on topic, because what is the quantum topic if it doesn't wander?
Yeah.
And this has been good. We covered all kinds of stuff tonight.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about the thing I thought we were going to talk about, which is good because I could never. I tried watching a couple of videos on tulpas, and that sort of subject is usually something I listen to right before bed, and if I'm not careful, I'm asleep while I'm watching it, and
Right.
therefore I'm not technically watching it or listening to it. Although it's weird though, I've been noticing lately, like the videos I listen to while I'm sleeping are affecting what I'm dreaming about, which hasn't really happened since I was young. So I guess it's a good thing. But I mean, it's all.
You know what? I think our environment is changing, and that's what's all this weird stuff is happening. I think it's because the environment is changing, and we're along for the ride. We're seeing little bits and pieces. That's a symptom. My reality hopping and this awareness that I've been given is a symptom. The reality is changing, and I don't know, the environment is changing. Lots there. Lots and lots there. So, but yeah, no, I'm going to leave that for a big show. That's only that. Tulpas and the AI and golems. Yeah, I'm going to leave that for that's the only topic because yeah, it's totally quantum, but oh man, it is a deep, deep and multi-branching topic. I mean, the more I read, the more I find I need to read more. And it's like,
You can never read too much.
nah, this particular topic is nuts. And I mean, it goes so many places. If anybody wants to even look at it, get ready. You know, if you want to look up Tulpas, golems, and AI, get ready. I'm the one interpreting the AI part, and no one else seems to be seeing this. But we're
Oh no,
making
no! I
these
instantly
goes.
made the connection when I looked up the definition, so to speak, of that, and then you throw that into something that's already kind of designed to do what a tulpa's designed to do. It's like magnifying it by 1,000, if not,
Yeah, and giving it a structure to maintain itself.
yeah, you could end up with something incredibly frightening. Make Terminators look like wind-up toys.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I choose to look to the positive of it because I know it's so easy to go back to the fear narrative of all of it. But
Well, of
anyway,
any subject at all, period.
do
No
what?
fear. That's what he's saying, folks. No fear.
Yeah, don't be
Fear is
scared.
fear is the mind killer. And
Yeah.
don't forget your chocolate before bed. Remember that, folks. Chocolate before bed.
Yes, 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 yes.
You'll thank me in the morning, and
I've
then
been
you'll
trying
forget
that.
about it.
I've been trying that, and I haven't had anything happen yet, but I'm waiting for it. Okay, everybody who has been in the chat, thanks for coming in.
Absolutely.
And appreciate everybody who is here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying and putting up with my ranting and frequent
Not a problem.
blocks of.
You know, I'll be here next week because there's a good chance I won't have a show on Saturday next week because I'll be out of minutes for StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went a little long this week or last week.
Stream, but
Yeah, my thing rolls over on the 20th, and I saved enough time to do my show on Wednesday that I'm supposed to do for Gatekeepers, but I'm going to talk to Connell. Maybe he'll switch places with me, and I'll do my part 2 the week after. But either way, if I can't do a show Saturday, then that means I can hang out here with you longer. You can start earlier, which would also be a cool thing. Because I gotta manage my time better. My 6-hour shows, they can't be a thing. It just eats up the time quick. You only get 20 a month.
And you can't spend them all in one day.
Yeah, exactly. I did a 9-hour show once. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Next Saturday, I will figure out what's going to happen next Saturday before next Saturday. Cool. We'll see what happens.
We'll be there. We'll be there.
Yeah, I didn't get these topics until like 3 days ago when I told you about them because everything that has been going on with me.
Yeah.
And yeah. Okay. I urge everyone just for fun, look into candle magic. And it's really cool. It really is. Just simple little candle magic. Do the candle trick, all this weird, cool little stuff that will explore your quantum link. It will help you do that. And you will get curious and you'll go either, this is the devil, or, I didn't know I could do this. And I am frozen, aren't I?
No.
No? I'm frozen on my phone. Let's see here. No. Okay, I'm not frozen. I'm frozen on my phone. I guess my phone is whatever.
Yeah, it probably is bad. But
yeah.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I'm seeing my movements and everything. Okay.
Yeah, I'm starting to make progress, which is something I wouldn't ever think I was going to say this month.
Who's making progress?
I didn't think I was going to say it last month, which means I was actually correct about how.
He's working on a short film.
Oh,
not necessarily
cool.
A short film, but a web series with the website attached to it.
Okay.
ARG
well, happy progress. Yeah, my phone is frozen up. I can't see anything over here. I can see everything over here on a big delay. So yeah, that is definitely time for me to wrap it up. I don't know what's going on. It froze at 4:03:39. So again, thanks everybody. We covered all the topics.
Good night,
And
everybody.
what would a quantum topic be if it didn't wander? That's quantum. Thanks for joining. Out of here. Bye-bye.
Adios.
Okay, I'm probably going to have to reboot. All right. Ready then. Yep, okay, we're back. Let me just get the button back up.
Oh, we're back. Hello.
All right. Okay.
Candlelight, isn't it?
Yeah, quantum says no.
It doesn't want to leave.